Yeah, you start, right? So,
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So I presume you just started the recording?
I did.
Okay. Well, I want to welcome everybody who's arrived. I'm Frank Cole. I'm on the board at Drupon Thinley, the meditation center, excuse me, in Tucson, Arizona. And we're hosting a teaching this morning by Drupon Thinley Ningpo on impermanence and the four thoughts that turn the mind. Just a little bit of sort of bookkeeping if people are in a rush and are forgetting exactly what's going on. We'll go for 2 hours from 10 to 12 Mountain Standard Time. You can adjust for whatever time zone you're in, and then have a 2-hour lunch break, and then go from 2 to 4, again, Mountain Standard Time. When we first started here, we were all saying hi to everybody and people could hear everybody, but to keep the background noise at a minimum, we'll have everybody muted, except Anne will selectively turn on, well, Drupon, basically, after she turns me off. We'll put up on the screen the prayer book. We have available on the last email, we had the links for the prayer book, the four thoughts that turn the mind, a couple of chapters on impermanence from Words of My Perfect Teacher, and Gampopa's Jewel Ornament. So presumably people can open those on their computer, and if we get to them and they want to follow along. So with all that said, now I don't have to tell people where the bathrooms are. I think they already know, or tell them where we're going to go for lunch at a restaurant with Drupon. I'll turn it over to Drupon, and thank you very much, Drupon, for being able to teach to the Sangha of Drupon Thinley and everybody else who's interested.
Right. You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, first, right, these opening prayers.
Okay. I'll put them up on the screen. Yep. Get rid of what I don't need here. Sorry.
I also forgot to mention in my introduction that
wait, Frank, you're muted. Okay, go ahead.
I forgot to mention that if you have questions, put them in the chat box down at the bottom of the screen, and then we'll get to them at the end of the each session, rather than have people like try to raise their hand or ask Drupon a question in the middle of his teaching.
Okay, so you're using this prayer book, so that's fun. And yeah, so Brandon, who is just first, we no need 3 times, just only once English first, and then we do once Tibet.
All mother sentient beings, especially those enemies who hate me, obstructors who harm me, and those who create obstacles on my path to liberation and all-knowingness, may they experience happiness and be separated from suffering. I will quickly establish them in the state of the most perfect and precious Buddhahood.
Dharma Dam Jin Jin Be Par De Ju Bar Je Bai Dam Je Je Zu Je Be Mai Nam Ga Dai Nyan Be Sam Jen Dam Je De Wa Dan De Andong Ara Dai Je Nyur De Lai Nai Yang da bara zoi be chan chu ren bo che to bai cha.
Thus, until I achieve enlightenment, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. Until death, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. From now until this time tomorrow, I perform virtuous deeds with body, speech, and mind. All sentient beings, limitless as
Oh.
oh,
It
sorry.
has to be. Awai de je de sai ma je war de lung ai yi song ge wa la gor. Ama ye war de lung ai yi song ge wa la gor. De ne song de. 你们三代藏结我的灵爱一送给我来过。
All sentient beings, limitless as the sky, take refuge in the glorious kind Lama Vajradhara, the embodiment of the body, speech, mind, qualities, and activities of the Buddhas of the 10 directions and the 3 times, source of the 84,000 categories of the teaching, and Lord of the Sanghas. We take refuge in the kind root Lama and lineage Lamas. We take refuge in the deities of the mandalas of the idams. We take refuge in all the exalted Buddhas. We take refuge in the perfect Dharma. We take refuge in the excellent order of the Sanghas. We take refuge in all the noble Dakas, Dakinis, and Dharma guardians, possessors of the eye of wisdom.
Cho je te som je te yin yu bai tan je je go son to yon ten ten lai tan je je ngo woi chur ba cho je bong bo dong dai je je za yin ju ne pa be gen de dan je je nga dai chen chen za wai dan ju ba lai je ba de la ma tam ba nam la jiao zhen je wei ye dan jing guo lai je la zuo nong lai jiao zhen je wo I sang je jum den de nam lai jiao zhen je wei dan bie zhuo nam lai jiao zhen je wo Nyang pa be gen de nam lai jiao zhen je wo ba wo yin kan doi zhi zhong song me Nan zoi yi xie jie jian dan den bai nam lai jiao zhen jie wu.
Until I attain the heart of enlightenment, I take refuge in all the Buddhas. I take refuge in the Dharma, and likewise in the assembly of Bodhisattvas. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind, someone's calling to tell him who won. As the previous Buddhas embraced the enlightened mind and progressed on the Bodhisattva's path, I too, for the benefit of all sentient beings, give birth to bodhicitta and apply myself to accomplish the stages of the path.
Chang Chu Sin Be La Ba La Te Dai Ren Xin Ne Ba Da 地见多来奔动的长久生的结界性，地见的那老巴来人百姓的老巴结我。
In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Amen.
Refuge of all sentient beings without exception, divine subjugator of terrifying Maras together with their hosts of demons, the one who understands all realities without exception exactly as they are. Transcendent conqueror, together with your disciples, please come here to this place. The ground is sprinkled with scented water and strewn with flowers. It is adorned with Meru, the supreme mountain, the four continents, and the sun and the moon. As a Buddha field, I offer it. May all sentient beings attain the happiness of the Buddha fields. Whatever merit I have gathered through prostrations, offerings, confession, rejoicing, beseeching, and praying, for the sake of the enlightenment of all sentient beings, all this I dedicate.
So page 11.
Namo. To the Lama of utterly pure appearance and existence, I offer the fundamental ground of appearance and existence. I supplicate you to thoroughly liberate the three realms. Please grant your blessings and overturn the depths of samsara. Sublime master, wish-fulfilling jewel, crown ornament, the inconceivable, inexpressible mind of the victorious ones, the one endowed with the five wisdoms of omniscience. Gracious one, the embodiment of love. Precious protector of beings, I supplicate you from within the essence of mind. Please grant your blessings from within the innate nature. Please bless me that I may realize the Dharmakaya that is beyond intellect, this primordially unborn, completely pure mind. Transcendent conqueror, the one thus gone, foe destroyer of afflictive emotions, completely perfected Buddha, endowed with logic and virtue, the one gone to bliss, knower of the world, captain, tamer of beings, the unexcelled, teacher of gods and men. I respectfully prostrate, completely touching my head to the stainless feet of the unequaled Shakya king.
I can keep going, second page.
Okay.
Keep going, second page.
So this one, Drupon?
Right, so page 12, keep going.
At the time of your birth.
Oh, no, he wants this one. There we go. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. All right. At the time of your birth, leader of two-legged beings, taking 7 steps on this great earth, you proclaimed, I am supreme in this world. To you who are wise even then, I prostrate, possessing a body of complete purity. Your sublime form is excellent. An ocean of primordial wisdom, you are like a golden mountain. The one whose renown is evident throughout the 3 worlds, protector of supreme attainment, to you I prostrate. To you who are endowed with the supreme marks, whose face is like an immaculate moon, to you, the one with a complexion like gold, I prostrate. A flawless one such as you, among the 3 levels of existence, is most exquisite. Unparalleled, omniscient one, to you I prostrate. Supreme among humans, captain to those to be tamed, the one thus gone, who severs the all-binding fetters, who with senses pacified is utterly pacified and skilled in peace. To that one, the one who dwelled at Shravasti, I prostrate. Refuge endowed with great compassion, totally omniscient one who indicates the way, ground basis for oceans of merit and qualities, I prostrate to the one thus gone. The pure cause free from attachment, the virtue that liberates from the lower realms, the altogether supreme ultimate truth, to the pacifying Dharma I prostrate. Having been liberated, they also reveal the path to liberation. Thoroughly respectful of the 3 higher trainings, they are a field of sublime qualities. To the Sangha, I also prostrate.
Okay, so back to page 9. So I cannot see my screen, but as I have book.
Oh,
So
you want Tibetan? You want this one?
Tibet, page 9.
Yeah.
Okay.
This one.
Namo Nase Namdae Ge Lama Lai Nase She Yen Sun Choban Bu Ankam Sai Yonder De Zorwa De Gurwa Tongchu Sui Jinje Lo Ye Ye Norwa Zoge Yen Ma Sai Jumi Jarve Do Anjembe Ye Nga Dan De Zewe Dani Gadi Jen Ando Wai Jumze Rinpo Che Dasim Nye Jen Ane Zorwa De Jenye Jen Ande Jenje Lo samdone jeme namdande Londe joga dobara jenje lo jon dende dejin yeba Ada jomba yanda bara zobe sanje zeba dan shabzan denba dewa yeba Anjigden jemba jiwen duwa Ankalo jorwa lanai me ba satai me namje zumbai nyami Shai ji jorboy shobje du tema me bala Gowa rabde dode kuwe chanza loi kanze kanye zowai judanze Zajan de la gomba duwarane Ane jidan de nan joje zon Ande zan ke bai je lai chan ze loi Nam da kung an jo de su zon wa Ye xie jiang zui si jie lun bo da tao ban jie dan song na lang ye wa Ang gong bo zhou nian jie lai chang zi lun zhen jui den bai tin min da wei xie San do yan da wai jie lai chang zi lun de zhe ju de se bai song nan zi An yan min qian qian jie lai chang zi lun men chuan du wai ka lui jun zi jian An gun ju ran jing wai jun zi di yin ye An boi xie dan ye ye xie lan ke Nye yoi zhou bai de lai chang zi lun gong boi tu ji jie den ba An tam jian jian bie dong ba bo Suan na yang dian jiang cui xin An di yin ye lai chang zi lun Da bian duo jia ti wei ju ge wei nian song le du rui xin Jie de dong dan jiu jiu wai xie jiu de ju lai chang zi lun To ne zhu yue lang yan dong An la ba da la rab de gu xin de tang ba yuan dian jie Dian du la yan chang za lu So now page 15, 7 amperes.
I prostrate to the youthful Manjushri, to those in the worlds of the 10 directions, however many there are, all the lions among humans who appeared during the 3 times. To all of them, without exception, I pay homage with respectful body, speech, and mind. The force of my aspiration prayer for excellent conduct brings all the victorious ones directly to my mind, bowing down with bodies as numerous as atoms in the realms. I prostrate to all the victorious ones. In a single atom, there are Buddhas as numerous as atoms, each residing in the midst of their sons and daughters. Like that, I imagine the whole Dharmadhatu completely filled with victorious ones. To those with oceans of inexhaustible, praiseworthy qualities, with sounds containing oceans of tones of melodic speech, I express the qualities of all the victorious ones. I praise all the Sugatas. With the finest flowers, the finest garlands, music, ointments, supreme parasols, supreme lamps, and the finest incense, I make offerings to the victorious ones. With the finest cloths, supreme scents, and fine powders equal to Mount Meru, all displayed in supreme and magnificent ways, I make offerings to those victorious ones. With vast and unsurpassable offerings, I venerate all the victorious ones. Through the power of faith and excellent conduct, I prostrate and offer the victorious ones. Whatever negative actions I have performed with body, speech, and also mind, overpowered by desire, aggression, and stupidity, I confess each and every one of them. I rejoice in everyone's merit, the victorious ones of the 10 directions, the bodhisattvas, the protector Buddhas, those in training, those beyond training, and all beings. I request the protectors, the lamps of the worlds of the 10 direction, who passing through the stages of awakening, attained Buddhahood beyond attachment, to turn the unsurpassable Dharma wheel. I supplicate with my palms joined together those who intend to demonstrate nirvana, to remain for kalpas as numerous as atoms in the realms. For the welfare and happiness of all beings, I dedicate whatever slight virtue is accumulated through prostrating, offering, confessing, rejoicing, requesting, and supplicating to enlightenment.
Okay. So back to page 14, 1-4. Baba Jambara Shun Jurba Lai Chanza Loi Jinya Sudai Chojun Jitano Antu Son Yeba Meye Senge Gun Dake Malu Tadai Tamjila Ngalu Dang Aye Tambe Chanje Woi Samboi Jube Molan Todai Ge Jarwai Tamji Yije Ngozon De Shenke Dunye Lura Dubai Jarwa Gun Lai Rada Janza Loi Duje Denai Dunye Sanje Na Sanje Seje Wunai Shoba Dai Dai Chuje Yenam Alba Tamji Jarwa Dage Kawar Mui Dai Ngawai Mise Janso Na Yang Je Yen Lai Janso Dagi Je Jarwai Gunje Yonten Rabjoi Jing and there were you by Tamje Dake Do Meto Tamba Chua Tamba Tang Ansinye Nandai Chube Dunjo Tai Marame Chodai Dugo Tamba Ye Jarwa Dadai Lane Chobarai Je Nazai Tamba Namdai Chencho Tang Chema Purme Rawai Nyamba Tang Kubai Chebarai Babe Chukun Jarwa Tadai Lane Chobarai Jin Chobai Kanai Lami Jachewa Tadai Jarwa Tamje Layang Samboi Jube Molan Dodai Ke Jarwa Gunlai Changzen Chobarai Jin Dojai Shedai Demo Wangeni Le Dang Adai Dijin Yije Yang Dewai Dage Jiwai Jinje Ba Tadai Tamje Dage Sosor Yai Chuchu Jarwai Gundai Sanje Si Ranjara Namdan Lobdan Melo Tan Doi Gunje Sona Kana Yang Tadai Gunje Jesu Daye Ran Kana Chuchu Jeden Doma Da Chanjo Rambara Sanje Maja Gomba Tada Dage Tamje La Angolo Lana Meba Gowai Nyang Yan Da Dong Gang Ye De Da La Ngan Do Wai Gun Lai Pian Xin De Wei Jie Ge Wai Xin Ge Du Ni Xiu Wai Yang Da Ke Ti Mo Ra Jia Ra Zu Wai Jie Jiang Zai Wa Dan Chu Jian Ya Ba Dan Jie Zi Ye Ran Gun Xian Zu Wai Ye Ge Wai Jun Zi Da Ge Jie Za Ba Dang Jie Zuo Bei Chang Jiu Jian Bu Ngu. No, page 16.
Please turn the wheel of the Dharma, of the two vehicles and their combination, according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Sem je nam je zamba dong lo ye je dai je da wa an je jong de mo de ba ye ju jian guo lo bo de zu. Dam ge du je xia ji re zong zhong xian jie me do du je bong jiong bo se jie lung bo da wo le jie wei xia jin jie bei xia la gu jia zi zhe me wo zhe tu jie jing lo de ma de jie jing wu qian dao tam ji se ba gun jian que jie jie nian men de gong ren qian gu jiao zi wu mi chu jie yin jie po dang de du sang jie gun jian wu ni rang sam jiu gong wu sam tong zi bie zhe wei lang me xiao la gu jiao zi kang dao zhou zhou dong jian jie tian na de jiu long mo jiu wa kang su da ting de dong bei que jian qiang bie San Brando wa dam jin de ye she no mo le la ye ge dang le dang ne ji ge zhong da da me ge nam ne do gun jie de ji jie zang ba dam ji ge de da ge chu de. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Drupon.
Good morning. Nice to see you, everyone.
Nice to see everyone.
Good morning.
So, Virginia, Drupon Thinley translating. So he probably finished 12:30. So probably he's very soon, you know. So he finished. So yeah, I very happy to see you, particular in the Tucson. So we used to see each other, you know, 3 months or 4 months, but you know this pandemic. So we long time no see you, but I very I hope you guys all doing well. And everyone keep going Dharma practice. So really it's no matter, you know, the situation. So Dharma always, you know, important, and really Dharma helps to us like short time and long line. So also interesting, you know, these days, so coronavirus, you know, pandemic is difficult. And also as well as, you know, some political things, you know, so we can say like difficulty. So sometimes, also myself, my experience is this kind of situation sometimes maybe lose like on, peace, happy, So because overpowered by the media, news, and issues, pandemic. So sometimes I think better to not look, much in the news. So sometimes, we really news helpful, like for instance, weather, something, storm coming or hurricane coming or, those things. Also some, these other countries, what they're going on, some we get. But mainly is, I think, not sometimes, but now it's kind of these days, mostly, kind of divisive, they're telling the false each other, maybe they are false or not. But sometimes too much, there is, so we involved there is like difficulty, So yes, the media, there is their different agenda, their different approach, also their job, So, okay, they want to say that, But we sometimes too much involved, So that actually this, yes, of course, we care the country and very, very important care to country and the people. But we involved, the involved means too much thinking. So then really maybe lose, inner peace and happy. So instead of looking the, too much TV, so I think instead, like meditate and like some chanting. So really is we are every living beings or every human beings, we really want to peace and happy. So that is our wish, our agenda. And so also we wish. So sometimes even though we wish, but I said, look, too much, look at, or TV or I don't know, there's or media or news. So I say, may we lose peace and happy. So whether they're true or not, So also this too much talking, what is kind of dualistic or
attachment and aversion.
Right, so that way sometimes we, whether there is true or not, but we if too much listening, and then maybe karma imprint in our mind. Even though we are Buddhism, we are as much as possible, develop love, compassion, and we see equally all sentient beings happy, but too much influence outside. So also we are our goal or our wish or our planning making lose. So I think not say everybody, but depending, some people maybe just look at the news, That's okay, like nothing influence, from the news.
So he's saying if it doesn't disturb you to watch the news, if it doesn't disrupt your sense of peace and well-being, then it's okay.
All right. But still, waste the time, So time is really, really important, We wish, or we want. We just, do practice all the time. But that's really very difficult circumstance. Because we are like, these days, we have to work, take care of the family or take care of many things. So because we cannot practice, like go to or cave or retreat cabin, yes, whole day practice we don't have. So that way we have to, many things have to finish and many things, have to work. So then also we, I say the extra time too much, news, but that's a kind of a big obstacle, So they, okay, maybe better. So
Either way.
So you understand? Tero, Chitanga to Tero, when I to cherry yours, when like one day the planning. Okay, I need to do this, okay, this time, I work this one. Ngaji chigo use some go leka. Yine ya news no which tabina. Tineko biggest obstacle tiny korang ngatu plan someone told yours. Kutu do yorwa. Or that tindi indi, kongone big obstacle which chadi is.
So sometimes actually, too much time with or interest in media or the news can really interrupt our plans. So for instance, normally we have our agenda, we have our routine, we have things that we plan to do, and there's only so much time in the day. And so we have our agenda, we have our plan. And then if we watch the news, then if we really get kind of absorbed in that, then it can end up becoming something that like disrupts our whole plan for the day. It can really, then because really essentially it takes our attention, and then it can cause us to waste a lot of time.
Yeah, disturbing the plan. And also more important is kind of disturbing is our mind, motivation. So like, for example, maybe just wake up. So we maybe remember Buddha Dharma, I want to practice, or I thinking, benefit others. Basically, we can say, good plan, good motivation. But then we look in the news, there we're hearing many things. And then, even though they're disturbing our motivation, may can angry or may worry, or may scary, or may attached, whatever. So disturbing. So this kind of thing we can really just hire practitioners. They maybe no need TV, but also maybe okay. But we along the way, so we are sometimes we have ordinary mind. So that's why we aware, whatever we do, whatever need to do, and also like too much, disturbing from the media. So that's like side of the today teaching. Today that that jatanga to choose ya de jatanga to ta nambek chula to say ya jitang pamborowa tene gom say ya jitangwa to some toba tene sambarawa ta samba sena ji ti tonda ta kowa tene ti keje hakone ta ngone ji karsegori nga zoke nyamle so jarne nyamle chigoris.
So really all Dharma practice can be subsumed into these three activities, which are the activities of hearing or study, contemplation, and meditation. So study or hearing is really the process of gathering information or really becoming familiar with the content of the Dharma through receiving teachings and studying texts and so forth. And then contemplation is taking that which we've learned and really internalizing it through contemplation, through our inward thinking until we feel like we've really understood the meaning. And then meditation is taking, that which we've understood through contemplation and really putting it into direct practice. Really, having it completely merge with our mind stream through the process of practice or meditation.
테니다 제당 토바세야 테리다 제당 아주 토바세야 테 개침보인 바래 테니다 산지 좀된 데게 성로와 녜네 좋나 탈베 탑된 요순데 탑된
Say it again.
녜네 녜케라와 녜케 초라 탈베 탑된 요스 다 탈베 탑된야 돼 카레스나 다 초인 바래와 어다 초들이 is
So the teachings or the hearing, the process of hearing or study is the path of Dharma, that everything that is needed is acquired through that process of hearing or study. So it's so important. Just as the Buddha himself has said, I have shown you, or I've revealed to you all the methods, all that is needed in order to achieve liberation. So all the methods that lead to liberation are included within the Dharma. And so the Dharma is the understanding of Dharma is developed first through that process of hearing or study.
테니 다 조카스나 다 추투지리 다 조카스나 다 제당가서 등장로 자샤위나 제공원의 추게다 탭 팀비베 뭐뭐요래 다 고지 변나 자샤단다 인지강나 뭐뭐요래 대양한테네 지 텔라직로 로야다 텐디 고갑지 요래 대 코나롱냥 코랑 뭔도 자샤위나야 지다 너좀몰라 고지 이게 로마 현현세야다 고문에 지고 하이 에듀케이션도 참아요와 다 지금 오만오만도 텐디 이미나 지 이게 현현다 마현현 텐디 섬어방미나 지 이게 마현현 뭐뭐요와 텐디인데 저 텔로야 요래 얘네야 다디 지조 체쇼데 갈스나야 지 탭지고 로베게 팽기요 말에 텐디 텔레야 지 상지 좀 된데네 다화도 유샤베게 그 주비키 친합 대가는 이게 지금 추념을 간데치고와 어다 텐디지 고 라마지 땡고요로와 텐디지 라마지 금둘라 되네 추 톱고요레스 추년고요레스
So to study or engage in this process of listening or hearing the Dharma or studying, there are many different ways to approach it. So it involves, for instance, studying the Dharma through the recitation or through reading different texts and scriptures. And these days, in the West, we actually have access now to so many Dharma teachings that have been translated into English. And so there's really an abundance of material, which is really fairly only, recently has been the case. And then here in the West, we have the advantage of most of us having been educated, because there's higher education in the West, and just about everybody these days knows how to read. So it wasn't always that way. Not all that long ago, there was quite a considerable portion of the population that was illiterate. So it wasn't always the case, and certainly, in Tibet as well, that the ability to engage in the process of study through reading wasn't necessarily available to everyone. But here in the West and in modern times, most everybody can read, and so there's the ability to become familiar with the Dharma teachings through reading all of this extraordinary wealth of material that is available. But of course, to only limit it to reading books and reading the texts or scriptures is also not enough, because through reading texts alone, one can't gain access or receive the blessings that can only really be transmitted through a real teacher, through in the flesh. So in order to receive the blessings of the lineage, and in order to really be able to understand, different nuances to the and different aspects of the specifics of the practice, and especially when it comes to having somebody who can instruct us based on our own disposition and kind of according to our specific needs as an individual. This is really, in order to engage in this level of hearing or study, it's really necessary to rely on an actual spiritual teacher.
tin ta chu nyembara chi wala ta chu lama je kundu le nyen gu yorwa chu nyembe kabla tene zo karsana nga chu kulong seya je da kulong seya de ta tesong de kulong se du kun seya je da long seya ni yung gu wa tibetan segla kun sena tene chama la go da mambo ji kun sena ji mambo ji da tene be chama ro je la gu yores ta thi na la long la bi ta ji ra ji lo long se ya de
Long giving that ma yang pa.
standing wa I'm on the standing long se na da standing
Oh,
lo
yeah.
cha de de ni ta ti khar se na nga zo ta nga zo nam to pe ma bo yo de kun se na de nam to de pe nam to ta thang len de ba yo wa ji e ma da sang ji jum den de ta la ta ji nyong ba je thi thong se ya da nam to de yo de ina da tan da de mang ro wa 이나 다 디나를 찍롱 세야지 용그러와 다 띵원에 지는 약쇼카리 와 베나 메디아 탐바나 요나테네 지금 베나 타신도 오지 약쇼이나 오다 타시 베스리 다저 타시 세나 다 맹지 동그러 롱세야 되다 고 타시 과 베스 차요레 세야도 지와 타시 세나 무맹로와 오다 텐나 이게 지금 남도 야타 망보 요베 나네 다 약쇼카리요레 약쇼데 굴롱 테네 다지 참바 인지 장첩생 세야 돼 차디요래 다 된가서 당보 지추 꾸롱 남토 망보 요 때는 지추 년배 값라 당보돼서 꾸네 야라야 돼 참반 인지 장첩생도 야 왕고 그래서
So when we engage in the process of listening to Dharma teachings, it's important to have the proper motivation. So the word actually motivation in Tibetan is kunlong. And kun, so it's a compound word. There's kun and then there's long. So kun actually means all. So it just means all together. And then long means like to rise up or to stand up. And so what this term literally means is to cause one among all the different varieties of thoughts or intentions to come to the forefront, to rise up. And so what it is that is rising up is a pure mind, a pure intention of love and compassion among all of the different possibilities of thoughts or mind states. So we have all of the, like any number of different mind states or concepts to choose from. There's, the 84,000 different varieties of afflictions or discursive thoughts and afflictive emotions. And so among all of those, then we cause specific, the specific altruistic mind states to be the ones to rise up. And so it's kind of like, for instance, if you say to a crowd of people, okay, Tashi, the person named Tashi, stand up. Tashi is like the best person, the best among the group. And so in the same way, it's like calling upon those best possible qualities in our mind stream to rise up or come to the forefront. Those best possible qualities being those states of altruistic intent, of love, compassion, and bodhicitta. And so that's how we arouse the mind of love and compassion and bodhicitta as we listen to the Dharma.
걔네 다 참바당 닝제 창조 센스야 되다 가서 제가 디텐더 치나 그것도 좀 뭔가 고르와 야침보리 이나양 다 쪼고 가서나 가서 참바세야지도와 참바세야 돼 쪼다 당봉 가서 빼샤서 돼요와 술이요 참바요나 와 참바세야 돼지 근데 인디비주얼이와 술을 참바치고요 술을 째와요 텔라스함노 땅치 테네 파르조카 오타가 델레페 째와치고 슈유 세야케 강사 텔레페 샤치로와 땅에서 지금 보러 오이는 게 파마리 이나야 강다 가인 텔레페 샤치 승계서 한번 찍어라와 드니제인데 고문된 나중에 드니 책임 세야로 오지 오요래 어디가 나 인진로 이나가서 다지 인제 공부도 상나한테 스칼레 가보여 이나 다지 강사 지를 인제 제시 유제요나 비인지 유시 유트네 지리트네 성경 탐지를 고치 봐라와 드니치야 차리오레스
So, and when we, in order to cultivate or encourage the mind states of love and compassion, actually there are many detailed instructions on how to do this, or the different ways or methods to intentionally generate the qualities of love and compassion. But perhaps in brief, one of the easiest method really is to bring somebody to mind who you can use as an example, somebody who you easily feel a sense of, really wholesome affection for, any individual that it's really easy to feel a real genuine affection and love toward. In Tibet, most often that person is one's parents, one's mother or father. And so then but in this case, really, it can be whoever you feel a real overwhelming sense of genuine wholesome affection toward. And then you take that affection as the example, and then you apply it to all sentient beings. You establish this sameness of that person toward whom you feel natural affection, and you recognize that person really is the same as all sentient beings in essence. And so you spread that affection to all beings. And the same goes with compassion. You can also develop compassion in a similar way using an example and bringing to mind an example of somebody that you feel real compassion for. And then, meditate on that compassion and then spread it to others.
어디가 나게 양안 가서 지 참바제야다 닝제제야 돼. 그 닝제 제세 기유 들어가랑 기 취들이 맞네. 선물 공부로 왔다 돼. 선물 방에 아요 말이스. 뭐니 지나 술 팬도 요래 슬라비나 뭐니 팬도 체교디 후하스와 술에 닝제요나 술 참바요나 텔레팬도 요래. 맞아 용기도 와. 뭐니 지 제바 요백가라. 뭐니 지 리사님 볼라 빠. 지 솔로 담아지요 피스지요 도와 다티 도초데 베네 해당 카도 나지 tindu pena chacha nga hedan jig me la du parjo yut le ko da ti chi tin ba do sam no mare 원인가 해당 맞지는 가 변도 요로 와 티인데 변나 해당 차도 랑데 까블라 코랑 해당 차도 랑에 코랑라 되네 지 원에 해당 요나리 차도 요나 그 naturally 라와데 no one make the rule naturally 가지나 꼭 마데와 마치와 류래양 마데와 마치와 샘래양 마데와 마치와 용되도 와 어때나 이게 opposite 가지나 참바다 닌게 유왜 값 들어가나라데 뭐지 류양 소로 샘양 소로 티스지 거다 용비와데 스타디 고지 no need rely on the object
So we are using the visualization of an object, or an example of, for our point of focus in developing love or compassion, causing this love or compassion to arise and then spreading it to others. And so we tend to think that the one who benefits from our love or compassion is the object of our love and compassion. But when we really think about it, when we really examine, who really benefits from our love and compassion, who is it who really gets the benefit of that? It's really, first and foremost, oneself who benefits from generating the mind states of love and compassion. And you only need look directly at your own experience to understand this. When you have a mind state of love arise, when you have love in your mind stream, how does your body feel? How does your mind feel? The body feels relaxed and open and at ease. There's a blissful warmth pervading your being. There's a feeling of real contentment, happiness, and well-being present when we generate a mind state of love and compassion. The same with when we have love and compassion, our body is relaxed, our mind is relaxed, and there is a sense of, warmth and well-being that pervades our body-mind continuum. On the other hand, examine your mind state when, or examine your experience physically and mentally when a negative mind state such as jealousy or anger or arrogance, self-righteousness have arisen. So when there's anger in the mind, when there is jealousy in the mind, then naturally there is a lack of contentment. Naturally, you feel agitated. You don't feel it's not a pleasant experience. The body and mind have a pleasant and unpleasant sensation. And so we can see the mind is not relaxed, the body is not relaxed. There's a tension present both mentally and physically. So we can see that really the benefit of cultivating these altruistic mind states of love and compassion, really first and foremost, is the benefit is experienced for the one who is generating those qualities, those mind states.
我的听的大体就他那身边他们起来台湾多年啊台湾多我那身边他们起台湾多个样的我的听的就他你看去吧那一然后在我手里有那他那一个身边他们起来的呢就在我身边他们起来人家他那一个我打毛把那个就身边个同家亲不身边的台湾的呀身边个东亚抽呀 심지어 타르바탐 지침에 고모토버 제위치도 다음에 추는 년고 삼바지로 와 티니티니제 고요레스.
And so to bring us back to the first activity that is connected with Dharma, the activity of hearing or studying, and then generating a pure motivation at the outset of those activities, is when, for instance, we take some moments to really cause a genuine feeling of wishing for all sentient beings to be happy, wishing for all sentient beings to be free of suffering. When we have love come to the forefront of our mind, when we have compassion come to the forefront of our mind, then prior, just at the outset of engaging in this activity of study or listening, then what happens is the mind expands, the mind and body relax, and there's this sort of full expansion. And then from within that pure mind state, then when one listens to the Dharma, there is a great, so much, the benefit is so much greater.
어다 대가 나 얘기 근데 라야한테 다 심지어 신발을 말 라야서 못 당고 그래 라야원에 직계와 고마라 지 레당 뭐람 소소나 사셔위 김센에 때네 가와 공 그래 가와 같이 공 그랬으나 맞아 뭐네 담배 주세요 짜지 뭐 쉬우래 이러와 니 짜친 분디 공가 주유를 단다 담배 주려야 돼 너로 나이 이러와 너로 직 톱거나 가서다 징요거나 테네지 녀야 요마다 그 priceless 노지로와 이네 테네지 가서 제왕 오마라 지 레당 소놈지 싸요로와 텐디 인도 텔라냐지 뭐네 명오마 레당 소놈 텐디 싸샤 삼바 랑라 가와도 공 랑라 쪼와지 로와 대가 나이기요 몰람자 어라 몽발라요 지금 개와티 지 주마치와 개와티 be 야체르 체르 땡 사브라 텐디 치고 삼바 텐디 치고 그거레스
So then, in addition to cultivating the intention of love and compassion and bodhicitta as the basis for the activity of hearing or study, one can also bring into that that act or that practice of establishing the pure motivation a mind of rejoicing in one's own qualities or one's own favorable circumstance. So you can turn your mind also to yourself, to your own situation, and think about the fact that the only way that you would even be here, the only way that you would have ever come into contact with the sacred teachings of the Buddha is through a great deal of good karma or merit accumulated in former lives. So through the power of karma and aspiration prayers. So having made pure and powerful aspiration prayers and having practiced virtue, having accumulated virtue in former lives, has led to your present circumstance in which this incredible merit is ripening, where you have met with the Dharma teachings, you have the ability to engage in the practice of Dharma. And this is so precious and profound. It's like having gotten hold of a wish fulfilling gem. It's truly priceless. And so the only way that this would have come about is through a really vast accumulation of merit in former lives. And so recognizing that and feeling a sense of appreciation and gratitude in your own really incredibly fortunate circumstance and situation, then to build upon that wonderful ripening of merit, then we can make the aspiration prayer, the heartfelt aspiration prayer, like, may this just continue further and further. May I always come into contact with the Dharma throughout all my future lives. May my virtue and merit only increase and expand from lifetime to lifetime going forward. And so it's important to build upon that present merit, that present ripening of virtue, by creating the conditions for even greater merit and virtue to come.
당연히 가서 짜침물이 랍고야 중생 카리 휴비나 저탕가 좀 지켄디 나라 지켄 코란 되지 치기다 지켄 세다리 가서다 samsara lagu yore khanda samsara lagu namada jiken di nala pan jiken di nala ji tadu peche mena ngazo ji impossible ro be ji satisfy cha khabores jiken di nala karina ji pa ji chagdan tene ji momba ku kangi ji 마토베게 지 들어와다 등원에 장는 딘디지 고다가 디 레간 딜레나 당원이 지 때에서 대화 탑선 삼바지 당원 레간 딜레는 당원이 피스 지 차선상야 배치 매반도 그래 다티 나니 지 권에 곰 냠len지 지용배 까라 당원이 지는 곰 냠len 지야도 두소 당고도 와 두소마다 곰 잡아 지고게 들리려야 여서 말해 얘는 다지 곰 잡 두소 당나 원에 단에 치기 유일하지 강에 근데 요와다 제단지 원에 단에다 강에 망보여로 벤 삼삼지 맥긴 토나 아니 암보기 유일되지 맥 만제와 어다지 유 만제와 베다 가리나지 들리지 간 토나마다 망보 용구요래라 대가나 얘기지 단나베 암보기 다마니와 베 년도 메와 다 베다지 원에 단에다 단다 용구도 단계한 공휴나 이래지 원에 단다 미디어에서 자승부 휴지 들리 소위요래 어다 두소 종비 깝라 근데 지금원에 샘 나한테로 카 나한테로 근데지 요발라 빼남 사견 담보 세나리 다 지금 또 담보 강에 요바텔라 원에 냠냥 진행지 그 상황 담비나 거지 남도 니파 세나리 다 라스트 모멘라 원에 피스라 어떻게지 요래 지금 텔레데네 먼저 precious which gem 로 차게 준비들이 있어.
So, so it really is so precious, because when you compare it to being without, and if we really didn't have the Dharma, and it was like we were just stuck in kind of worldly, our worldly lives without really anything other than that, really and truly, there is no genuine happiness to be found in worldly endeavors. There's really no genuine happiness to be found in samsara. It's impossible to become fully satisfied in just worldly pursuits. Because there is always the mind of attachment and aversion. There's always the darkness of mental dullness or unawareness and ignorance. And so there's always some tension there. There's always some difficulty, some struggle. We tend to think, or it's easy to think, oh, if I just have this, that, or the other, then I'll be satisfied, then I'll be happy. If I can achieve, this one kind of agenda that I have, then I'll really be okay. Then I'll really, feel some peace. Then I'll really be able to be happy. But actually, it's never that way. Even if we achieve those things, we find that we're still not really fully satisfied. The only thing that can really generate a sense of deep contentment and well-being is spiritual practice or meditation. And so it's so important to develop a strong practice of meditation, to make time for meditation. If we just sort of do it once, we won't gain any benefit from it. So it really has to be ongoing. It has to be something that we make time for continuously throughout our everyday lives. And then as our practice deepens and increases, we really start to tap into that wellspring of inner contentment and well-being. other than that, you know, as long as we are stimulated by the external world, always, you know, engaging with our senses, seeing forms with our eyes and hearing sounds with our ears and so on and so forth, we're always coming up against that tension of attachment and aversion, because we're always encountering things that are creating that some agitation. You know, we're always seeing or confronting the unpleasant. We see unpleasant forms or things we don't want to see. We see again and again. We hear unpleasant things we don't want to hear again and again. Just like this example of the media, engaging with the media and having it really sort of stir up or agitate the mind. So when we withdraw our senses so that they're not so much, our mind is not together with our senses that are engaging with the external world, and instead we pull the mind inward, we turn the mind inward, then we have this ability to, even if, for instance, we become affected in a way that causes attachment and aversion to arise. So in one moment, there's some sensory experience that causes the mind to become disturbed in some way or another. So the first reaction is that one of being disturbed in whatever way. But then there's a second opportunity there because of the power of your practice. The second moment, there's the ability to kind of redirect and use your practice in such a way that you're able to apply the appropriate antidote in such a way that the next moment you can enter, your attitude can be one of peace. So the first moment there's some disturbance, but then the second moment you sort of recalibrate and are able to establish your inner sense of well-being. And so it's for this reason that the Dharma is really like a precious gem.
어떻게 인데더니 제가 나이다 데려와 가서 직템비 이제 자자지 로비나 양티나온 닫고 참 대화 로지데 용그래 this 용 당가 컴플리트 로차 저도 그 기본으로 요래 배는 가서 잘라 당기라 임바 뮤직 골로 당가 지레가 드롭고도 something 그 드롭이나 그 기본 요러와 이네 기본이 그 compared to meditation 기본 차이가 말이지. 이네 그 루심인자라 다동비 hard. 지 차보로 지 요레스. 배는 기본 요래 와다가 배워다 땅가 레카 드롭 손다 드링 배로로 기본 차선 삼그레. 이네야 디나 100%이 라 그지 루센이 보게 대화들 랩토고요 말이지. 그 soft 요 말이지. 다 곰세야티 다 뭐니 다는지 genuine 거지 soft 세나리 칸타페 relax 때내다 이티 라투그레스
So that isn't to say that there's not some temporary joy
sense or
and pleasure and happiness to be found in a worldly sense. So there are moments of real enjoyment, happiness and pleasure that we experience in the world, that we experience in relation to things and achieving things and reaching our goals and so forth. But even that greatest of worldly that sensations of happiness can't even come close to comparing to the joy and deep sense of satisfaction that is developed through meditation. It just can't even compare, because there's like this coarseness in the kind of worldly enjoyment that it's actually, what he said is, in English, it's hard. It's not, it doesn't, there's not the experience of softness that is developed through meditation. So the mind and the body still have this hardness, he said, which is like, it's coarse.
not flexible.
Whereas when we develop the inner joy of meditation, there's a softness that did like a very specific sort of softness that develops both mentally and physically. And so there's the more subtle level of fulfillment and joy that arises. And there's real total relaxation there, and this softness that comes from meditation.
디니당에 조 소프네스야 데 카리세나 그 니파 빼침보레 니파 데 카르침보레 슬라비나 지 치게다 오네 곡조 침보 장에도 졸라 지 루세니고 섬지 미차베게 대와 디니려옹 베까블라 지 나체키야 노마토비야 디네 대가나 이 기지 중화 사랑 그냥 노마토비야 보다 디니제 그 어베 그 대와 템보디 토비야 디니 용구요레
So this softness also equates with great sort of power or energy. So really,
we can say maybe completely put into the nature, or I don't know, maybe this become natural.
And so there's great this sort of special energy or power that is generated, and that can't come from outside. It can only come from inside, and it's really extraordinary, both and it is experienced both physically and mentally. And once that inner power or energy is really really deeply developed or generated, then it even has the power to withstand the harm of illness. So even sickness cannot cause any harm, and neither can the power of the elements. So one can't be harmed by, for instance, the elemental conditions of heat and cold, for instance.
어다 디니 다 대단다 지 추년세야 다 당봉가서 당이 투그로 송로와 투백가라 디니 구롱당 군추세야요 다 구롱데 다 차버레 데 구롱 다 군추세야 데 제당 추년백가라 야보년고 그래 송로와 아다 제당가서 추 대요다 노지 종좀 세야도와 나베미니 카보다고 좀 가르테니 이라면지 협도다 우동 좀 뇨모탕리 투켄다 우좀 세야 되네 티니 종요래
본타 카바 당데 예만젠드니 가레 어도
뇨모탕리 투켄다 우좀 대구상라 미히로나 요로다
So this is first, to just discuss, the proper motivation in engaging in the activities of study or listening to the Dharma teachings. And in addition to this, also, there's a necessity to avoid, or the proper way of listening to the teachings is in such a way that it avoids the three faults of the vase. So the three faults of the vase are the fault of being like an overturned vase, like a vase that's turned upside down, where nothing is even penetrating. So that's essentially the fault of not listening, not really paying attention or listening. And then there's the fault of being like a vase with a crack in it, where nothing is retained. So one may be listening, but there's no sort of strength of mindfulness there that causes one to really retain what one is hearing. So it becomes like, pouring water into a vase that has a crack in it, and all of the water just seeps out. Nothing is retained. And to avoid the fault of listening in such a way that is mixed with afflictive emotions. So when one is listening, but afflicted mind states are present or negative emotions are present, then it really contaminates the what one is receiving. So it becomes like being a vase with poison in it, so that the what is poured into the vase becomes mixed with poison.
That never mean a couple of the region say that you don't drop all this young user some good those that when a Mamboji Chula Tonando Chi, that Tonachi do go to Shatano, this Kai or watch it when they chew near the near boy under which yori. In a yaji, this Harchot, Pobemutu, this Dugayori, Tabanoji, Yortina, chew near like Unibet, this Tonachi Marwa. Was distraction Tigala Kecha Tigala Kala Saya Tenechi, go Yang and our Chichi degrees, Tini the Tachi Mato, no John Tombote, pitch and the Chobala, New Yosares, Comone Chula Tona, Yangi Yore, Tegana Koji, Lojon Candice Chigo, de Kokaran experience Yorwa, Tini, Chiraton Samares.
So actually this first fault of being like an overturned vase, or not really listening to the teachings, he says he thinks actually there's less of this in the West, that actually it's not that often that people listen to the teachings like overturned vases, because, whereas actually in the East, like in Tibet, it's interesting, even though they have a lot of faith, there's an abundance of faith there. Sometimes there are a lot of people who are really not interested in listening to the teachings, like
I think it's interesting, but like no pay attention, like there's distractions. They're like talking and eating or sometimes joking, look each other, just they're really interesting kind of sometimes they really want to go to teachings, they come. But they get there, just then a lot of people, and then just look at each other, and then they're like eating something, they're kind of
eating snacks,
or candy, or
they
just joking, or sort of like really sometimes really noisy, there's looks like really no pay attention, or no pay attention, or I don't know, so this distraction. In that second,
but I didn't finish. Sorry.
Oh,
so he said that in the West, this is not so much of an issue. People generally, like, there's really real interest in listening to the Dharma, and when people listen, they really listen and pay attention. And he thinks that maybe part of that is because of our familiarity with study, because of our education. We're really used to paying attention and really taking in what we're learning.
That's second page so join yours. No shabdot that we joins tati tando ta no job more distraction yorwa obstacle you do ching as ta no shabdot the tambo yabo kobi natine koji jindoya ke nyanga yores.
So gungta de korla karela yan de
ta terawa no shabdot that we joins ya terawa
nubchola
this the reda yila min the shabdot that we joins undu yila min the yata ta los samya meva this konga so no chobala kangi ma yuri some those kasna ko distraction pe mambo yore busy yore ta tinde in titola nga so maji ya ktaji che ya be son chi ko yes.
However, on the other hand, in the West, he does think we do have more of a propensity for the second type of fault, which is like being like a vase with a crack in it, where there isn't so much that's retained. And part of that, he thinks, is because of our lifestyle, which is filled with so much distraction. There's so many things pulling at our attention all the time. There's so much stimulation. There's, we're very busy, very distracted. And so it makes it harder to really hang on to anything, to really retain much of what we've learned.
Today, that Japan that that picture new injury. Somebody, new montant to change the Jones on the day, Jiang, Chu Niangi Yuna Yang, Jigbe, Yang Mena or not Chu Nian, and not be mentioned to Gray, someone over down. Yang, 추년에 오코 이 추야고 얘기면도 삼반다고다 오코리양 난케디 요레 삼반다고다 양 년에 추운데 년에 지 8월에 지 가서고다 야노야 세너리 지 좁아져야다고 근데 용사를 삼반다고다 근데 양나가 추운데 소야고 양나 직파야고 카데오 다진 담을 용쓰기로 와 근데 그 구노로 키디비나 그 추야고 지 차루요 말이스 버는 것도 세 힘보지라 그 도대에 샤워나기 티기지 가서고다 마첼라 테니 야 펜토토 말이스
So then the third one, which is being like a vase with poison in it, listening to the teachings with a mind state of affliction present with the afflictive emotions. So this would be, for instance, when one's objective or one's mind is filled with kind of motivation that is based on self-grasping. Like, so for instance, listening to the teachings, with the intention to gain qualities oneself and to like become really, famous, to have a big name and become like a great, somebody who is looked up to and revered, or listening in such a way that is really critical, thinking, oh, he really doesn't know what he's talking about, this isn't really all that interesting, he's really not any good at this, one that is sort of judging and criticizing the teacher or the speaker, and then also thinking, oh, I could do a better job, I could teach the Dharma better, I could say it better than he is, or for instance listening thinking, if I listen, the more that I listen to the Dharma, I'll really become knowledgeable, and then I'll really be able to debate with people. I'll really be victorious in debate because, so wanting to gain knowledge and understanding in order to sort of be the smartest person in the room, or to be able to, be really able to really articulate well, to become really skilled with like facts and knowledge, to be able to show off then to others. So if those kind of motivations are present, then it becomes like a big delicious plate of food that's mixed with poison.
어때 나노 좀좀좀 나 저거 가르치는 것은 대박거래 추세야 추치비 까라 대박거래다 거라 추 년배 까라다 바길라지 뭐네 자네 그 샘게 땡네 대박다 이치지 요가 될 때네 그 뒤게 대박티기 주 이치 될 때네 라라 니파지다 전압지다 추티기 meaning와 등아도 샘줄래 랩톱 그래서 다 대바 이친다고 지 미비나 되네 지 원에 지 추크 주기지 원에 다 real meaning 와 원에 추크 통다 땅에서 저 똑발라고 그러 똑바지라고 다 똑바지에서 해야 돼다 원에 추 통다 또고 그러 또야 디스카보차디요 근데 인디 고 reasonable 나 냠냠제야 지도 나 똑바지야 지도 나 산지 공마치 타야 지도라 되네 지 원에 전에 대바 당와 와 이치 봐자 다다 제다 모두 대반으로 차샤위다 당도 이치 기 대바세야 되는 거와 당의 대반도 그 대바 이치 그 대바세 강한다니야 진리게 되네 대바지고 요레스
So
그거는 이게 다 대송을 가서 지 개체쇼지라야 추치비 근데 깔고 씨당만 되어지 고그와 씨세야지 요다디 추치디 씨는 하고 돼 the political 나오지
oh, okay. So sima debe. Okay. So then to avoid when engaging in the process of study or listening to the Dharma, it's necessary to avoid these three faults of the vase, and then also to have a mind of faith or trust and faith. And so then if we have faith in the mind when we listen to Dharma, then we take in what we hear with full confidence, full trust. And so therefore we're really able to receive the full power of it. We're able to really connect with the blessings, and for it to take hold in our mind stream with real meaning. Like we're able to really understand the real meaning. And so if there's not a faith and trust present in the mind, then it becomes difficult to really, to get the full benefit of study or listening. It's really becomes difficult to give rise to any real realization as a result. And this is actually really very logical. It's reasonable that that's the case, because if the objective, with the fruition of this path is to develop the qualities of awakening, to progress on the path to liberation, to attain the states of liberation and fully perfected awakening. And in order for that to occur, then it's really necessary that the qualities of real trust and faith and inspiration are present. Otherwise, really, there's just no way to make progress. And so of a faith, there are the three types of faith. There's the clear faith, there's longing faith, and then there is confident faith, the really, confident or unchanging faith. And so this is the most important quality to have present in the activity of study or listening to the Dharma. Oh, then and it's important to not mix one's practice of Dharma with politics.
So the politics, I think it's a weird. The politics of the Kitanga to G. Something out of the misunderstanding of Tabagori, Ichigori, Labduji, not to Jitendi, some of the Kopombori, or Kobe, the Chigjabore, Kochimbore, Taki Walanga, so the Ojig Datine, or Kola Jita, which ruled the Ojig, Tabachi Gogre, Ichichi Gogre, Kalania Gogre, and Tindi Getchamaris, a bit called Karwa. 대바 세야디 가르산 또 랑아와 랑아 대바 요게 qabla 샘데 당마 당경어 뇽모 메와라 리센자 소소게 용거 라임바 어ten나 힘비게 대바 텔라 빼나차 샤웨는 가서 산제 콤보 토빅 드미야 산제 콤보 토버지 라 지금 드비지 민고요나 당복 가르고 그래 나도지 planting 와 드미 세나리 fruit 지야라 fruit not planting you go with that planting in Habudo.
Planting.
Oh, Shinkandoji, double grower. Shinkandoji, Matabala, not to do your money. Betanagi, Matsuki, Tebek sound. Tebek it, planting those Chichavina. That in do Sanji Compantella, that you are. That in the tea Yungati Lamanda Ojeki to Latine, Leka Levando. Pombondo Ojeki to Leka Levando, Marawa, or better Kaharis. Co politica ina, co pombo yore, pombo yore leka lady, who benefit some pombo yorwa. Jarwondo in a Jawu Yoko porters over dinner, Jawu yore leka legre. The many benefit Jarboli Ungroa in a colleca ling at Yoko, the younger Mari. Or the tender child your Maris, political Maris, say that.
So when he says to not mix it with politics, he doesn't mean the kind of politics he was talking about before, but in that, for instance, when we say it's important to have faith and trust, this isn't like a faith and trust that is sort of like making yourself subservient to some sort of like powerful leader. It's not like being sort of subjugated by a king. It's not like putting yourself under, the rule of some powerful person. So that's not what it is. It's not, sort of a lifting up in a kind of political sense. So it isn't, like, I'm going to follow, I have faith because there's a rule, there's a rule to do so, or I'm sort of, giving over all my power to, this person that I'm beneath. So it isn't like that. It isn't like, that like, we should think of, for instance, the Lama being like a king or a powerful ruler. But really, mainly, or that then we have, it's a rule to sort of do everything that we are told. But what faith really is referring to is, again, this quality of softness, establishing a real tender softness of trust in the mind, both where this softness pervades both the body and mind. And so that faith is really something that is putting your trust in Buddhahood, in really planting the seed for the ripening of the fruition of liberation and awakening. So how this is how it works. Otherwise, if we don't plant the seed, then there's nothing that will grow. There's no way. And so the planting the seed is like having a mind of real trust and faith. And then this is what really leads to the the fruit, the harvest of the fruit, or experiencing the fruition. And so if you plant the seed of faith, then the fruition of Buddhahood will grow. But it's important to understand what that quality of faith really is. It's not about making yourself subservient to someone, as though the Lama is like some big boss, and that, like a politician, that if you do, if you do what they say, if you make them happy, then that they'll that this is what it means to have a mind of faith, as if like you're living under a king or something. Whereas in the case of a king, if you're subservient to a king and you follow their orders, then mainly it benefits the king. Then you're really just supporting and benefiting the king. But in the case of faith, the faith is really what benefits oneself. So the benefit comes to
Lama
oneself.
roji teba yun ko da chotam interdependent re ko lama koran chuchi pengon ro yung sige dina mainly the suyong gol sena tane teba yung na koran la pen to ko bena ta te pe mo yore chi solar ring ser to ya ro da tega na yik da ji som mo yorwa bena lama chu kun du hijina lama chu chona chu cha gres 보다 대리 라마 turkuchina chona turkucha gres lama longkuchina chona longkucha gres 다 라마 콜라 강야 요마레 라마 chona 강야 메와지 차로 그res 다 텐디 다 지금 빼면 뭐 요레스 텐디 다 저거 가서 주님 비가라 단기 다지 구농 주님 비 구농 주님 비 군주 대가 나기 되네 대바드 베케지 보레스.
So that isn't to say that your faith doesn't serve or benefit the Lama, because everything is interdependent. So there's certainly, and of course, with a pure mind of faith, there's the wish to benefit also. And it is certainly the case that through interdependence, there is mutual benefit that occurs, but mainly the benefit that comes from generating pure view and faith is a benefit that comes to oneself. And so there are many examples, for instance, of great spiritual practitioners who at the time of their death have manifested many relics, like spontaneously manifested ring cell, as the result of their deep faith. And as it is said, when you have the faith that views, or the pure view that views the Lama as the Dharmakaya. Oh, sorry, never mind about the relic. The relic, he was referring to the story of the woman who had faith in the dog's tooth. And then based on the power of her faith, the dog's tooth, thinking that the tooth was actually a tooth of the Buddha, through the power of her faith alone, the tooth sort of spontaneously produced many ring cell or many relics. And then, as is said, when you have faith in the Lama as the Dharmakaya, when you have the perception of the Lama as the Dharmakaya, then you receive the blessings of the Dharmakaya. When you have the perception of the Lama as the Sambhogakaya, then you receive the blessings of the Sambhogakaya. When you have the perception of the Lama as the Nirmanakaya, then you receive the blessings of the Nirmanakaya. And when you have the perception of the Lama as really, nothing really all that special, then you receive the blessings of nothing really all that special. Just ordinary, the blessings of an ordinary being. In other words, you don't receive the blessings. So it is so important to understand the purpose of having a pure motivation, the purpose of developing faith, and what that purpose really serves.
따지다 대바세야지도 대바세야디 오늘 진짜 대바세야디 초랑 뉴바요 따레스 당가서 갈서는 지 대바다 이치미 요즘 세대는 가서 빼지 갈서 not stable,
Oh, 공타가래?
가서 대바 maybe 좀 세러와 지 레카로 있는 데니와 지 레카지 온데 지네 약사리인데 지네 약사리잖아. 근데 그 certainty 거지 레카데 successful 차야요 말와. 어떤 나이게 대바세야 돼. 원의 진짜 원의 strength, power. 그가 나이 고진 주로에 와는 거지 차더스 들어와. 테리 차비거래. 스테 랑 차비거래. 스타고 그래서.
So this quality of faith is something that really develops or causes someone to become really stable. So when there's that stability of faith present, it also so when somebody has faith, it's a sign of
also on that unmistakable faith no.
Unmistaken faith? Or you mean yichibe deba or chirmidoba deba? Oh, okay. Like irreversible faith, really confident, irreversible faith. This is a sign of a really powerful and stable person. So if there's no faith, then there's no stability. One's kind of all over the place. So it's the same, like for instance, in worldly activities, somebody who isn't stable is kind of all over the place. They can't really settle on anything. They're like, oh, maybe if I do this, this is better. No, wait, maybe if I do it this way, it's better. If I do this, if I do that. And so what faith does, the cultivation of faith produces a real strength, a real stability of and power. And reliability, yeah.
tene da zo karsina 다 양직 대바 양 답이 대바서야 돼. 디스제야 카보요사리 되는다 가지고 단다 양 가rsina 고 직주마 세나리 간다 되니 기도래 대바치 고요래 되네 고 갈래 다 가서야 똑바야 지용을 깔라 되네 고다지 뭐네 대바디 제기요사리 간데레 슈비나 되네 지 다 로지트니와 베남 되네 다 밀라리 베키트네 직다 말발라 추슈다 정말 지나서 말라리가 남탐 뭐 신기래 이나 타만디 다 말바 공파조 자래 되네 말라리 바포랑 개지 공자 되네 직 자자 친구 똑바니 이럴까라 되네 뭐네 되네 대바양 타바 찌노와 되네 코랑 그송을 와다가 대바도 스타 다 드링에 대가 나이가 왕 통나도 좀 하고서 다 말베 가져나 하고도 다만 하고 당한 원이 대바지 송송으로 이능에만도 말베 카드 연기 요래 이나보다 대바 영어 다 와대 고제야 돼 고또 화마지 와도 가보려서 와
Ngune de ba yure yanayang.
대바 영어 다 봐지야 가보려서 와 그래서 그때 딥리 연구요 말이야 다 이제 고추자치 모래 삼고요 오가 추자치 모래 코발에 타고도 아니 디파모 뭐 사리잖아 또 컨피던트 요러와 얘는 양고 생게 땡이니 단 근데 자 추자치 모래 삼바지 다 추게 상지 고모토 그래 삼바지 연구요 와 당보러 와 얘는 제리 땅원에 상지 고모토 베깔 상지 그때 그 really test 와 맞아 플레이어 그다 토론도 연구요 와 상지 고모 대용도 딱고 현의 님에키지 삼로 땅대와 마인바 되네 다 뒤도 대바양 하고 제구요 살아와
So there's the really kind of pure faith, the really completely pure, completely perfect faith, which is difficult to access until one has really developed a pretty deep level of realization. Otherwise, prior to that point, it's necessary to have one's faith is kind of contrived to some extent. So it's like a fabricated faith. So one has to make an effort to develop it. And little by little, it deepens and it becomes more authentic over time. And then once one really gives rise to some authentic realization, then that's really real faith. Then one really understands, what faith is. So this is also exemplified in the story of Milarepa that many of you are likely familiar with. The story of Milarepa, who had tremendous faith toward his guru Marpa throughout throughout the entirety of serving as his student. He had tremendous faith, but then, later, when Marpa had passed away and Milarepa had been practicing in solitude and continued to, was practicing over a long period of time and meditating, eventually he had a fully, unfabricated, direct, fully like a really direct and pure experience or realization of the ultimate meaning of Mahamudra. And at that time, completely uncontrived faith arose in his being. And at that time, he understood the meaning of all of the empowerments. At that time, he understood that this is really what is really real faith. This is the true meaning of Dharma. And so before, of course, he always had faith, but it was a faith that was bound by conceptuality. It wasn't like a completely the completely perfected,
not
pure.
from maybe inside.
What's that?
Maybe not from the inside.
So not really
through the experience.
Okay. Not really from direct experience or really fully from the inside. It was sort of like a projected faith. And he knew how profound the Dharma was, and he had like the totally deep and longing wish to be free from samsara. But it wasn't until he tasted, had a taste of what that goal he had been aiming toward, the taste of enlightenment, a taste of what real freedom from samsara is, when he understood the flavor of that directly from his own experience, then there was the completely, the faith that is beyond concepts, that understands beyond the realm of concepts, and at that point the faith really becomes something that's truly developed and irreversible.
Okay, so now we stop lunch here, and then so we continuation we are teaching subject. So like 2, right?
In the
So
afternoon. Well, it's
after
2
2
o'clock for us, which is Eastern time, and I think for right or no, 4 o'clock for us.
Right.
2 o'clock Mountain Time, 4 o'clock Eastern Time. Thank you, Virginia and
Okay,
Drew.
short dedication.
Should we do short dedication? Yeah.
Sure. Mhm.
Go ahead. Let me see if I can read it. Okay. By the virtues collected in the 3 times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drikungpa Ratna Shri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, practice, contemplation, and meditation until the end of samsara. Thank you so much. See you in a
Good
few hours.
night.
Okay.
Thank you.
Have a good lunch.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you. See you.
See you soon.
See you in 2 hours.
Yes. Okay.
So Anne, do you,
Oh,
oh, okay. Oh, we can't hear you. You're on mute.
Okay. So should I bring up the opening prayers again?
Right, yes, please.
Okay, just one moment, please. Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So where would you like to start?
Page 5.
Here we are.
In the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha most excellent, I take refuge until enlightenment is reached. By the merit of generosity and other good deeds, may I attain Buddhahood for the sake of all sentient beings. May all mother sentient beings, boundless as the sky, have happiness and the causes of happiness. May they be liberated from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they never be separated from the happiness which is free from sorrow. May they rest in equanimity, free from attachment and aversion.
Drupon, we lost your audio.
Oh,
can't hear it.
oh, sorry. Maybe start again. Om Nam Ga Dan Nyam Be Sem Jen Tam Je and Wa Dan De Ve Ju Dan Den Bar Ju Je Dong Ar Dan Dong Ar Ge Ju Dan Je War Ju Je Dong Ar Me Be De Wa Dan Men De Wa Ju Je Nye Ren Cha Dai Nye Dai Je Ve Dan Yong La Ne Bai Ju Je. So now page 16, 16.
Please turn the wheel of the Dharma of the two vehicles and their combination according to the dispositions and mental capacities of sentient beings.
Mende uren chen gi jang zi uni chu yin yin ge bo zhang de du sang jie gun jie ngo wen rang sam xiao ge ngo song dong zi bie zai wei la mei xiao la ge jang zi gang dao zhou zhou dong bin jie tian na de yu long ma jiu wa gong se dao ting de dong de chu jian jiao ran bia 三不能多啊，他们今天也先当莫尔要来也给当路当的几个中大当米给他们呢，如果跟着这季节，咱把他们几个调大给出的。Good afternoon. 今天我是听就当在听我那场呢就我是推荐的前边间就恰的有的是就那么上级别给我来从别那里今年就到就当各级别给恰从别那样的Drupon别给我那恰从别那里过的就推荐毛毛就냠돈 좀的有的是
So today is a very celebratory day indeed. It is a really also very a very special day for Buddhists overall. So from the perspective of the Buddha Dharma in general, also for Kagyupas in particular, and especially in particular also for Drikungpas.
他这趟提拿呢，这趟上节给他经在吧，给拿呢推荐谁呀的了的呢？这趟他蒙古就有啥的，一那样的提拿呢，这趟推荐这边的中国国外给推荐当这对外给推荐当，的呢就下来还别给推荐，好的，今天给。这推前边的提了提南山呢的呢他等到开车的有些呢等到我说他下来还比推荐是要车的有是
So within the different celebrations or festivals of the Buddhas that celebrate the Buddha's enlightened deeds or activities, there are many, and the major days are or periods of celebration are the celebration of the turning of the wheel of Dharma, the celebration of subjugating the Maras, and the celebration of the Buddha's descent from Tushita. And so today marks the celebration of the Buddha's descent from Tushita.
今年这个那一趟我就这个就把了抢聪明呢今年这泡沫出吧是的个就给的呢大家当上面先给的天对天那的他不可能呢这边呢他马吧我们来这吧广播吧其他广播吧给他加上了我的泡沫出吧的天对泡沫出吧다 디키로 유튜브에 자첨부로 이나양 틴디케지 다 렌주 차디거레스
So and then with respect to how it is an important day for Kagyupas in general, so this day also marks the parinirvana of Pagmodrupa, of Lord Pagmodrupa, who is one of the major like forefathers or throne holders of the Kagyu lineage. So as you're all familiar with, of course, we have in Tibet from Marpa, then Milarepa and Gampopa, and one of Gampopa's foremost disciples was the great Pagmodrupa. So in fact, Pagmodrupa became his predecessor. So Pagmodrupa is revered in many of the various Kagyu lineages because he's part of the lineage and throughout most of the Kagyu lineages.
티가 나기다 가서 누군가 유키나네 다 jamgong 최종탕 중성세야 니요레 텐드드네 다 트레이닝 드네다 뭐지 대납 기비나 대납 좀 수루 차디요레 텐드 대납 좀 수루 장공 중성 드네 추지 나와 럼보지 초게 드네 꾸인 중간 투제 드리지 차디요레스
Trunkar. And then for for us Drupons, it is a celebratory day because this is the celebration of the 36 throne holder Kyamgun Chunsang Rinpoche. So we have Chetsang and Chunsang, who are the in some cases, so there's some variation, and sometimes they're referred to as the 37 throne holders, and in some cases the 36. But of the two, oh, Dindala, yeah, you might have. Oh, I'm sorry. The 37th is His Holiness Chetsang Rinpoche, and so the 36th is His Holiness Chunsang Rinpoche. So today is His Holiness Chunsang Rinpoche's birthday.
되게 디가나 얘기다 지 맞아 지 자무케 다 카르세는 지 넘버 용도 카르세보다 보배 넘버 정말 떠네 되니야 다보 야래야다 지 카르세 조조 친신을 야 조지 때 칸다리야 되네 지 장공 되네 다 공초 된지 군상 틀는도 초 투수 강이 전부 휴지에 나네
Konchok Tenzin.
군상
Chenelundu. Dini.
되네 투수 년상 전부 휴지에 가나 되네 다 야래 랩네 되네 다 강다 맞아 체지기 댄사 지금 몸베 준지 텐디 용야 기치토라 되네 체지 댄사 따버리 다인데 체지 댄사도 따네 되네 직통 고기야 급축콩이 다 나와그베 기체 니장니 다
Jawagupa.
니장니 사업 투체니 모르와 텐디 체테네 양아서다 금지 지네 다 차창와 공바 통지네 지 투주 티갑라 투체
So Gomba Shing Sarwa.
차는 디가블레트네 즉 자와르모치 폐 자와르모치 향마 능스티니 효요리 대간나 이점 충상르모치 야패토 요리 어다 텐디 지지드네 즉와롱 티좀 투체 제벌jen지 기다 고 차디 요리 스테
So when Tibet was invaded by Chinese forces, and many Tibetans were forced to flee, they were forced to escape to India and other regions. Then at that time, His Holiness Chamgun Chetsen Rinpoche, Koncho Tinzin Kunzang Thinley Ningpo, fled to India. And upon his safe arrival, he got to work establishing the seat of the Drikung Kagyu in exile, which became the main monastery. A means to further to support the lineage and further the continuation of lineage holders for the future. And so in 1992, on the 22nd day of the 9th lunar month, which was also the celebration of the Buddha's descent from Tushita, then there was a great ceremony or a great consecration ceremony. And at that time, His Holiness, the Dalai Lama came and he stayed for 7 days or so. And also His Holiness Chungsang Rinpoche came from Tibet. to India, and there were many empowerments, transmissions, and teachings that were given.
어다 드네서 근데 정보는 뭐지 이렇게다 갈성을 쓰는거다 가서 구별하고 뒤진다 아베 치 박박 뒤진 체벌지에 딘디인도 땅가서 디 라바 뒤진에 뒤치네 되네 군케 군주스야지 속그래서는 윤토네 배제다 된다 돼서 장초면가 군주들이 속으요레스 군주스는 데서 운동도 주소와
winter teachings or retreat?
teachings.
Okay. And so at that time, also His Holiness Chunsang Rinpoche spoke at great length about all of the really magnificent qualities of this special occasion or celebration of Thlabap Duchin, which is the Buddha's descent from Tushita. And what an extraordinarily auspicious time it is to engage in Dharma. And then this became also the beginning of the tradition. Was it the beginning of the tradition of the winter teachings that were established, or the winter retreat, the fall retreat, kind of? 야보코요 사마리. So then from like onward, then it was around that time that then the annual teachings that were actually referred to as the winter teachings or retreat would be held there in India.
단디 투존들이 뚜인지 되네. 되니 지구요래 자친구. 대가나 이 스페셜리 카르차요스나. 근데 다 아가서 누군 장고는 뭐지 계지 졸업 리스마지 봐. 제가 티베탄 졸업 되니 보주 난텐자만 인비게 지금 잠벌랭 남베키치들라 되네. 단다다 산지 좀 된데 지금 물론 있잖아서게 되네. 옛내 휴식에 사자 되네. 니용라 되네. 다 남베케 되네. 방침부지 현여와 어다 대양되네. 컴플리트 차는 제고 제약 투로지 키디오레스.
데 가두 제고 가두 체베레.
다 디투수디가 알아봐요. 정말 다 로카시.
이내양 로카시기는 So also this became an important time. Also, likewise, His Holiness Chetsang Rinpoche also marked this as the time in which he wanted to have the grand opening and celebration or consecration of the new monastery or monastery. Or stupa that was built or erected at Shravasti. So that was, this sacred place where the Buddha for throughout many, like the 25 years during his lifetime. Right, 25 years. Milo nishutsama. Yini ang milo nishutsama gare. Konglo nishutsanga yopekala or
Mari.
Yeah.
The 25 years there's some
okay. So for 25 years during the Buddha's 25 or something around then, the Buddha and his followers consistently practiced the summer rains retreats every year at Shravasti. And so also then recently there was a great consecration at Shravasti that was on this day only a few years ago, that was put due to the efforts of His Holiness to establish the new place for study and practice there.
리타테 라임베 제탕가서 디 곰바테 가르나지 보주 난텐 때마지 고마레스 복남바 마임바 고징 점벨랭 남베키 치틀라 현요레스 라임바
and this effort on the part of His Holiness Chetsang Rinpoche was not just for the purpose of practitioners of Tibetan Buddhism, but his vision was that it become a place for all of the different members of all of the different forms of Buddhist practitioners, all traditions of Buddhism to come together as a place of gathering for practice and study.
티니다 가서 대화나 이제 트레이닝 가서 냠도로 지지 가서 참도 직주 지 가서 추그 롤링 시나리 간다 직주 차와체야 돼 가서 원에 직계와 상보 투chen 제발제 냠좀 봐 병아 중원에 가와 공부해야 당 그 스페셜 케이나로지 차디거레스.
So this really, as you can see, there are many reasons why this has become a really special day, and so therefore it is it is a very special day. Not that it and so it's particularly fortuitous for many reasons also today, and as we gather together on this special day, it's really a wonderful occasion.
티다 드네 다 가서 제당 가서 다주 드린다 조지안으로 돼 가서는 가서 다 로도 넘버 해 송벌 다 로도 넘버 해 그처럼서 직다 주상게 리코스티아디 부에 항상하게 야본로지 소송 티네티네 직 조원 직전 숨중 공부 도주 탐지게 직 코드 주대와 롱심대와 원에 직
도주 탐지기 그래? 그와?
도주 탐지다 다 틀리랍는데다 직 노다 주 틀리게 콘도 주디요라고 하고 요레스 근데 디인도 다 티키나네 드네존나 되게 야나 배 추주 풍부 그다 아직 치다와 쳔바 진인 쳔바 드네지 콘도 주디요레스 저번이 그래서 디인도 티 가르송을서나 다 제당 추주 풍부 지르게 놓아서 봐 추지 장미 와지 요래 이내야 드네 티나네 지금 원에 전에 현지면서 봐는 데르사 송도드네 지 로도 넘버 히본데 지 현바도 휴 통낭으로 지금도 티나야 원에서 뭐 담비나 드네 근데 배 갈색으로다 땡사보 개첨부 드니지 차디거래 송거래스.
And so today also then the topics that we are discussing during these teachings is the very important and profound topic of the 4 thoughts that turn the mind. And so the fact that this was requested is really very wonderful. And as Lord Jigten Sumgan has said, the 4 thoughts are really the quintessence of all of the teachings of Sutra and Tantra, the very most important. And so within all of the different categories of the Dharma, all of the different categories of the Buddha's teachings, all of the entirety of the Buddha's wisdom, the omniscient wisdom that sees things as they appear in their multiplicity, as well as the omniscient wisdom which perceives things as they are in their essence, or as they actually are in their true nature. Of all of the 84,000 different categories of the Buddha's teachings, these really are like the very most important foundation to the entire path. Just as Lord Jigten Sumgan likewise said, what others consider to be the less profound, I consider to be the most profound. And so he said this with regard to these preliminaries of the 4 thoughts.
다 티가 나지게 드네 다 좋은 지경 som중 공부게 직다 추지 풍부 제트 시동 다 담지 저 인봉 안을 두이 송거다 닝봉아 좀단 이제 담지공부터 착장 안된 세야 되다. 닝봉아 세야 돼 갈세나. 근데 직 창조 샘 예담 걔네 라마군지 셔서 전부 오바치는 나요래. 다 뒤게 나텔라 착장 안된 게 되네. 치기 그 온도 세야 지당 나그 온도 세야 지 용구요래. 다 치기 온도 tel라 단달로도 넘바 히러와.
And so also Lord Jigten Sumgun, who is the founder, the father of the practice of the fivefold path of Mahamudra, took all of the 84,000 categories of the Buddha Dharma, or the Buddha's teachings, and kind of streamlined them or condensed them into 5 main paths, or 5 main essential practices. And so these 5 comprise the fivefold path of Mahamudra, which begins with the practice which cultivates love and compassion and bodhicitta, and then the practice of the Yeram deity, then the practice of the 4 Kaya Guru Yoga, then the practice of Mahamudra, then the practice of special dedication. And so this then is preceded, these 5 practices, the fivefold path of Mahamudra, is preceded by the practice or the completion of both the inner and outer preliminaries, or maybe the reverse order, the outer preliminaries and the inner preliminaries. And so the outer preliminaries are these 4 thoughts which turn the mind.
디인디 나네 다 가르스난 거 졸로도 넘바 히키 나네 담보 텐저니까 와 소머리다 텐저니까 와다 양나 텐저지 물좀 보치 예스 다티 가르총고요레 세두지 나저 마타 마치비 오지나 오코 물르덴스야 코 지다 다스로지 톱 대원다고다 양 물르덴 델레 양 제와 힘바 돈돌라서 비키 제와래야 요와데 히라 하고요 말와 근데 지당가 히게데 개양 랭게요 말에 얘는 양다 넘버 30 비크 뭐라 지 나초 지 레케 라 때네 때네 지 텐절물이 토비아다 양 레레 때네 지고 돈돌라서 비키 제와래야데 고용 세그레스 근데 인도 지다 다지당 tun로 지고 말에 가서 다지당 레 총도 하기요래 크로아시아 니나나 디인디 당 크로아디 레 톡 디나나 다 텐조리 물린 자친구를 송래다 무그르데 다된 가서 신신 바로와 단다 지 이는 양가 주기다 마타마치 고선다나 그 물리데 삼바치 티가 스톱이요 말이 근데 전에 지 투야라 베메시칼레 가보래 이나 톱 살아왔더라 그래서 자친구리 다디 장면치는 그런 것도 다시 집이나 단다 지가 무게 지 갈색을 무크 누바 무크 knowledge 와 삼지 미쳐버리다 가히다 누가 가히다 가지고 어떻게 말하는 거야
So in these, within the category of these 4 preliminaries, or these 4 thoughts that turn the mind, the first of these 4 is the rarity or the difficulty of achieving a precious human birth with leisures and endowments. So it is extremely rare to take birth as a human being. It is even more rare to take birth as a human being with all of these favorable conditions for practicing the Dharma, and specifically with the conditions of the 18 leisures and endowments. And so when we don't examine, when we don't investigate, most human beings just completely take for granted the fact that they have taken birth as a human being. It just seems ordinary, normal, like it just happened, because that's the normal thing to happen. But that's actually not the case at all. Of course, we could have taken birth in any number of different forms as animals, as any other class of being in the 6 realms of sentient beings. Of course, there are some who don't believe this, who don't think that it would have been possible to take birth, say, for instance, as an animal. But as Buddhists, because we believe in karma, then we understand that that which has caused us to be born as human beings is our karma, that is, it's due to karma, the specific karma that we were born in this life as the human being that we are. And therefore, it's perfectly logical that had there been a different set of karmic circumstances ripening, we could have been born in any number of different states as animals or any of the other 6 classes of sentient beings. So, so as we have the very fortuitous karma in this life to have taken birth as a human being, it is important to recognize that through examining, through thinking about it, through contemplating, through really investigating how and why this might be so. So if we don't investigate, then we just kind of take it for granted. We just think, oh yeah, I'm a human being. This is who I am, and it's totally normal. But once we really investigate and think about it, then we really come to regard this life that we have is extraordinarily precious, and we understand how rare it really is to have stumbled upon these really favorable circumstances, being born as a human being with the leisures and endowments present. And so also, it's not difficult to just realize, compared to other life forms that we can see, how it is a different situation to be born as a human being, as human beings have so much power and ability and knowledge, and so recognizing how rare is it to be an animal or to be a being in this world, to be a human being in this world among animals who has this degree of intelligence and power and ability that human beings have.
어때 대가 나지게 레하코 그래 소리가 다 텐더지 물을 뭐지 소리 가서 배는 잘한다고 이제 잘하지 밸류 하거나 근데 잘하지 약도 나고 잘 들어와 어 잘하지 자침부리샤 공침부리샤 엔트위샤 아삼 그러 가서 하마고 있나 그 잘하 배 나고 잘 말와 근데 그거만라서 키노 그래 어 배트나 이기지 텐저지 물이 자침부리샤 토바 카와리샤 삼 티 담볼로 제 그래. 좀 하고 그래. 좀 텐저지 물이 짜침보 임바. 니바 카보 임바. 텐디지 하고 이나 텐디지 텐저지 물이 회주 간데스 지고 바라와. 지 대가스 갈세 거다. 지 meaningless 텐디 마임바. 텐디지 통단된 바. 물이 통단된 바. 좀 텐디 텐저지 물인데라 텐디 터바들랑 가서 통요 바라와. 다 통요가 지야도 저 담배 주로 그래. 티네 인도 티네 티네 하코야 지도 당보 텐조를 세야 돼. 자브레스.
So it's important to understand the value of something in order to fully appreciate it and to make full use of it. So, for instance, with material objects or things, if we know that a certain object is valuable, then it completely changes the way that we regard it and how we treat it. If we know that something is valuable, then we'll really treat it as though it is valuable. If we don't know that something is valuable, then we might just completely disregard it. not really take any special interest in it, and it can be easily lost or taken by somebody else. So when it comes to this precious human birth, once we fully understand how rare and extraordinarily precious it is, then we will be inspired to really use it well, to not let this life go to waste, but to use this opportunity so that we can make the best of it, to really make this life meaningful. If we don't understand, then we won't understand how to use it, and then our life can easily just become a kind of meaningless waste of time. And so, in order to make use of this precious opportunity, we have to fully understand its rarity and its value. And so once we have really understood its rarity and its value, then we are really inspired to devote ourselves to the practice, to apply ourselves to Dharma practice, understanding that now is the time to make use of these leisures and endowments.
제가 나기는 지금 루인델라데 산직했어. 루인데 다단 포나야. 대단히도 성자 성지. 루인데 다단 포나야. 땅가 참랭가서 지 참자다 섬 땅쪽 가시 섬다나. 안가서 지 다지네 딱깔리 가보러 와. 루인디 지도 써야 지도 되네. 돌아고 그래, 갈라고 그래, 매고 그래. 다 간다 지 루인디 지도 강에만 보지 자고 그러 와.
Gongda Lungtren Yangchar Kalela Goa Yure Lu de Jadang
다달
Jatar
포나야.
Tungnayang.
다 다스리 다오 말이나 저탄 루인디 지도 강에 뭐 자고도 와스. 가게 자고도 통고 요나야. 이나야 대단히 두성자 다도 루를 숨겹 지 그래스.
So as is said, even though in many ways we can see this body as an enemy, we must take good care of it and protect it. So of course, this body is also a hassle. And in some ways, like we have to take, it's really requires a lot of upkeep. We have to clothe it, we have to feed it, we have to take, do this and that to make sure that the body is okay. But it's really important that we do take care of the body, because it is our opportunity of a precious human birth.
티엔디티네 대가 나이게 티네 상지 좀 내데 권 송으로 룰라 되네 룰이야 서버치와라 가게 거래서나 제당 세당이 당 렉처와 띵지르지 주시에 송한테네
세당이
니당 렉 센터와 다 마사지노 띵인지 곰 와다 드솔라 땡치티네 룰인데 직사다가 소고래 zon에
Likewise, the Buddha said that the proper way to care for the body is through nourishing the body through the four necessities, or attending to the four necessities, which is proper nourishment or nutrition, through sleep, sufficient sleep, or the proper amount of sleep, through like physical activity, or physical, actually kind of also it says literally like physical therapies such as massage, and through meditative absorption.
다 틴디 인디 제당다 지 단단가 좀 생레 인디 소크 톨로서 뭐다나 지랑소 정말 현거리 다 칼라 칸디지 임바 오르게네 칸디 임바 칸디 뉴트리션 요어서 하코기요레 이내야 참레지 양 맞아 지 착과당 힘베카 왕튼도지 양 지고 룰레 노바 라와 틴디 강라 디스코 젬고 요레스 디누 is aware chiata kechimure has.
So it is important, these days we have a whole lot of information available to us through science and different modalities. So everyone has a lot of information about, what proper nutrition is, what the nutritional value is of different foods, the importance of eating organic and so forth. So all of these things are very good, but we can also go overboard. So it's important not to get too sort of caught in a state of attachment and aversion around the proper nutritional care of the body. In fact, if it gets too extreme, then it can actually end up harming the body. So it is important to nurture the body through proper nourishment, but also in a balanced way.
비가 나기다 가서 루 양고 학벌도 있겠다 지 다지 엄마 세거와다 지 엄마 점령 지과래 지 엄마도 의미나 지 갈색으로 루라 근데 지 오네 루 클리카 피지컬 better too much maybe 나다 그 피지컬 레카 장장 마치지 피지컬 레카 차디거리 딘디가라 고 다지 루 얘네야 단대기네 갑라 지 오네 양고 학파도 기타 녹초단 점을단 다오도리 마치지라 그 피지컬 레카티스 뉴런도 요러와 지금 뭐 갈스나 comfortable 로 차디요리 딘디지 갑라 tene 지금 가서 수고될 exercise와 루틴도 tene 마세비나 tene 지 수고라베 가서다 야오용구 말와 tene 양고 학파도 로겐고도 tene나 tene 인지 미니 굴루지자야다 대가나이 땅어서 초트 주로와지 루가 예좀 이렇게 되잖아요. 장체야 알아서 와다서 뱀마시비 개침 보이사지스.
So, in olden times in the world, it wasn't necessary to even really mention the importance of physical exercise, because exercise and movement and hard work was just a natural part of life. So just through day-to-day living, there was sufficient physical exercise or movement of the body. But these days, things are really have really changed, and especially in the West. So there's a really much there's much less physical movement of the body in our lifestyle. There's a lot less physical activity. And in some ways, this is a lot more comfortable, but it can also be really bad for the health of the body, especially as we get older. So it's so important to make sure that the body is cared for through getting enough physical exercise. And the practice, for instance, of doing prostrations has not only the benefit of getting physical exercise, but most importantly, it works to purify the defilements and obscurations of the body, speech, and mind.
어때 드니인데 근데 대가나 이게 이제 오늘 다 아직 치게 삼례양 나랑 되네 다 제당 가서 투상도 플로리다로 양 지금 차와도 지 나대야 기타 지 마디지디도 차고 여러 치로 차와 친구요래 얘네야 지금 오늘 투투레테 나지 본주디 같은 마인바 지 로로로서야 때 코네죠 차기면도 와 티니 지 에어 컨디셔너랑 주디비나 티네야 대오야 사마리라 칼롱 코라야 정말 지 칼롱 베나 플로리다 위나다 칼롱 정말와 이나야 다 테마인비 베투상 칼롱스는 pollution 와 롱 와다 롱 정말 좋아 롱 정말도 요레스
So chilola kalong yomare
치로라 치로 롱정마 요러와 얘네야 다 나로라 롱 요마라와
kalong
정마 요마라와 근데 그 록 장장 간디 서큘레이션 체디기로와 근데 인데 거지 치로라다 직디스 치로로야 타 근데 다 나서다 온도솔라 직 삼성에서 가든다 오치기 요래 this chilo la ko jungwa nyam to lo ji pa to tini lo chi na this toten ten ya yo sa des.
And so, of course, you know, in certain climates, it becomes really difficult to feel motivated to get outside because, you know, especially, for instance, in like here in Florida during the summer, also in Tucson, for instance, during the summer, it's really hot and nobody really feels so much like getting outside, you know, and getting some fresh air and exercise outside. So often we end up cooped up inside with all of this artificial air, you know, we turn on the air conditioning and just stay inside, not moving the body all day. And this is actually not very good. This can't be good for the body because that air, like the AC is just constantly circling and the air is not fresh. And then, you know, so it becomes really important to make sure that you get outside regardless of the weather and really get some fresh, clean air, you know, in an area that, you know, doesn't have a lot of pollution. And so for that reason, you know, to make sure that the body does connect with the elements, for instance, picking up a habit such as gardening, to get outside, to be with the elements, this definitely helps the overall health of the body, both the body and mind.
어다 텐디 좀비나 가서 텐저지 물루세야 다 take care 세야리. 텐저지 물루 고 자침 통발라 아직 통바 모시네 되는 가서 자침 찌바로 차리요레스.
And so this is actually part of one's practice of valuing the precious human birth, because when we understand the value of the precious human birth, then we also take care. We understand the importance of taking good care of the body, and so this is part of taking good care of the body.
인다 차랭아서 지 차찬도 같은 소 디스칼리카 부여로와 당연히 nga랑도 위나 지 로충충가라 되네 지 지릴라 레동발란도 되네 심전라다 되네 지 nga다당 배전로 되리네 배다 디 지원도 지 지표도 지 소비도스.
And so, you know, of course, it's difficult because you know, we all have, given our conditions or circumstances, Drupon says it's difficult for him because he remembers, you know, a time when he was young, and he would spend, you know, his life was really close to nature. Like he was always out in the mountains, looking after the sheep, or the animals, right? And, you know, as he did so, he would just recite mantra, or bring a text along with him and recite the text there, you know, in the mountains.
Or memorize. So that's also also depending, you know, attitude. So sometimes we go outside, then just kind of attitude, like too hard, you know. So that's even though maybe they're hard, but attitude is just called more relaxed. So sometimes like mantras and chanting is, you know, kind of like become relaxed. So just go outside, whatever you do, or gardening, or cleaning up, or with the kind of chanting or recite mantra is, I think, really helpful.
So getting outside, right, or the and it helps to create a spaciousness in the mind as you know, and reciting mantra, practicing in this way.
That according to the Dharma, 직 텐죽주지 세야지 요레스다 마체지 힝게리 이나양 고다 나서 파소 참말라 카스 remind 마양초지 슈기스
Then, as it is taught in the Dharma, there are the 18 leisures and endowments, which surely most of you, if not all of you, are already familiar with. But just to remind ourselves, as it is always helpful to do, we will go through them one by one.
딘딘 다 제탕가서 세종에 다 대세야지 jor세야 책이도 다 법의 책이라 대세야 들라더니 대화지 슬라비아지 강 jor스는 주어주 슬라브요레 다 대세야 들라 가슴다 지금 마데와 라와 디게 독초스 줄와 들라더니 대화라고 그래 다 마데와데 같이 알으나 무슨 여러와 이게다 전도탕 라로 체링 하다네
Nyawa yeda.
전도탕 라로 체링 하다네 록타 네 록타 상지 지동바
Sanji Tongpa.
구판데 좀 검지스 오다 디 넘버 지네 직 타데와텔라 근데 대화지 좀다 제탕가서 직 메콤비네서라 소모방비나 직 제탕가서 녀와서 통금말에 예다도 통금말에 이나 갈송걸스나 직 녀와 통나 추치하게 고가 요 말이스 직 녀와 차랑 근데 예다로 보이나 예다 띵콤케라 때네 근데 직 추치하 고가 요 말이스 다 던로데 가서 힘말에 다 던로 거랑게 주식 말와 지 hinge 말에 거랑 계지다 레케티네 두누지와 련사베 힘라 고추 지고서 메게 고 내바단 도구 요리네 내가 두야기 주hinge 요 말에 대가나 있고 추세야지 게다 누마 요 말에 가 투 ignorant 도 차도 요와 드네 어떠상지로 드네 어다테 그래 다지 당국과세야 녀와이다 돈도 당스 라로시다 라로시야 되게다 당가서 단다 라로시야 되지 문지 같이 거세나 조 같이나지 추들라 근데 게데 하마고 와라 참내양 지 라로시도 지 머지스나 세야 도비야 다 메게위킬레 몽보치나 개와인 번다고 거랑 팀으로 소르지 되네 딱 내망에만 총로로와 지금 아주 만추세요 단다양 요아래 다지 멀라다 요 말이 되냐면 멀치기가 살아와 이내야 다 단다지 톤로도 쓰이네 되네 지금 아주 상진도래 세야로 대용고 다디 그 디파랑로와 저도 라로요래 체링 사지도 다지 하 세야기 유덴들라 지양 네카비양 다 동네데 요 말이 되네요 직 타르도 되네 직 양 거랑기 개와자 하죠도 뭐 조지 되네 양 동네에서나 뭐 아니야솔라서 봐 정도야 테레 되네 다 말아서
No, it's okay. It's not much in it.
되다 록타지리 다 록타세야
Tampo tenda de sering tang ladane.
틀로 체 하다네 라타
Oh, the chibare. Okay.
다 록타세리 다 록타세야 디체탄 다 록타 몸보요 이나양 디 록타다 깝사발라 지 개바치나 마페야 그러와 개바치나 지 대와메와 지 미게와치나 지 둥가메와 조 게데레 임치와 다 게데 이 마치나 드네지 권조좀도 이치야 용고마와 어디다 권조좀 세야디 지 상지 좀 된데게 게데키 남자지 송샤요레 텐데 다 텐데 돌아 텐데 록타 송데 드네 상지 지 통바 정도다 제타 상지 들라 가서 까르바들라 지 까르바 드네 카세고레 다 문베 까르바라고 문베 까르바타 드네 지 까르바 상보 세나레다 라이트 까르바 와지 도메케와 도메케와 동케라부터 드럼에스는 가서 라이트 까르바와 니요레 손에 티니다 제타 라이트 까르바다 다지 티 카세데 문나카 까르바다 Dome Karwa Nipo Dorvina, Mambe Karwa Mangres, Pen Mambe Karwa Nishno Chomina, Tene Dome Karwa Res, Maro Yungmare, Sundua.
So Mumbai Kapa Me Mang Dine Karela Yen de Mumbai Kapa Mambo Gatse Nanga.
Pen Nishus no Yuna, Tene Dome Karwa Res, Mato Yasamaris. In that Chetan Boroa. Tindu, Tinita Tandangazo, Jikine, Mumbai Karwala Cheo Marwa, Mumbai Karwala Cheo Mare, Mumbai Karwajina could choose your Mareda, Chumewatan, Mumbai Karwala Urwa, Tombayan your Mare, Chuyan your Marwati no Matsudaji. Don't make Karwa Latin, give us humble, give us some detail Latin, Sanji Tonjung Sundua, that Tina Nangatuda, Tanda, Sanji Tonkan it. That Namde Hiwa, Sanji Chacha to Ba, Tian Tenechi, Sanji Chacha to be Kichu, Sanji Chuzon Hiwa, the Temba Manoba, Sanji Jumden de Koran to the Karan, you were the Tigana Yit and the Dideva. Take it, Tana to Chu to be a Koya Yuwa, to be a Yuwa, Tene, Tin Tinechi, Katiniji, Karwa Sambores, Tinta, Timaimba, Mumbeka, one of the Tiesona, and then to Chucha, Kokayo Maris. Tineta Jetan Kupanda Mekomji, Zunda Kupa Sayadi, Jetan, Jetan Kupa Sayadi, Chico Amjok Mao, Katayami, and Tindo in the Jetan Chukoya, the Kaborwa, Yenia Zook as a Yikuparwa, Yikupa Tenechi, Mone, Gava Karim Batan, the Pakarim.
So the Kukpa Kashigi Amcho Manien Dang Kemadra.
In a Tajitanko, Amcho Koya Mevado, Kataya Mevado, Yinayang, Kochina, sometimes Kuchu Kodon Yosigwa. In a Tajitanko, Amcho Yabumago, Katara maybe never Jitanchu cock up to a Kawarwa. In a Tanda Zoche, the Kalos, Yikupas on it. Yikupa the Vita, Geva Karimba Hamarowa, Tipa Karimba Hamarowa. What a tell it to me. Kupas, la Busares.
So the first of these 18 leisures and endowments, first there are the 8 leisures, and the 8 leisures indicate, or they are in fact what the 8 leisures are freedom from the 8 inopportune states. And then there are the 10 endowments. So leisures and endowments are advantages or advantageous conditions. So the 8 leisures, which are freedom for the freedoms, the 8 freedoms from freedom from the 8 inopportune states, are not being born as a hell being, not being born as a hungry ghost, not being born as an animal, not being born as a barbarian, not being born as a long-lived God. Not being born with, or not having wrong view, or not being sort of stuck with wrong view, and not having appeared in a time where, or not having lived in a period in which no Buddha has appeared. And then 8, not being in a situation where one's mental faculties are not complete, and not being somebody with mental disabilities. So these 8 leisures, first of all, with respect to not being hell beings or hungry ghosts, this is easy to understand why it is important to, or why it is a leisure to not be born in those states, because there's such intense intense suffering in the hell realms because of the really severe and torturous suffering of heat and due to like the extreme heat and cold and so on in the hell realms, because there's such extreme suffering there. Then beings never feel, they're never in a situation where they have the leisure to practice the Dharma, because they are too overwhelmed by this immensity of intense suffering. And the same goes for the hungry ghosts, who suffer in particular from the suffering of extreme hunger and thirst, along with various other forms of suffering, but mainly the suffering of severe hunger and thirst. So to be free of that state, those states of hungry ghosts, is a leisure. And then likewise, to not be born as an animal. So animals, because of their heavy mental darkness and ignorance, don't have any opportunity to practice the Dharma. Even if the thought of Dharma crosses their mind, they can't figure it out. They can't understand sort of the connection, for instance, between the benefit of consciously acting out of virtue and avoiding non-virtue, because their mental faculties are just not acute enough. They're not strong enough to understand. And so therefore, because of their ignorance, they are really incapable of practicing the Dharma. And then to not be born as a barbarian. So what it means to be a barbarian is mainly to be, in a society or to be in a situation in which really there's absolutely no understanding of virtue and non-virtue. And sometimes it can even be so extreme as to getting it completely mixed up, thinking that that which is non-virtue is actually virtue. And so, for instance, there's the examples of sacrifices, which happen, much less in present times, but in the past or in former times, it was a common practice to engage in say animal sacrifice, and in some cases even human sacrifice. So that was an example of a like barbarian mentality, and that the thought of the pervasive thought was that it was actually of benefit and virtuous to engage in this negative act of killing living beings, to then offer them to whatever whatever the object of offering. And so mainly this is not understanding properly how to have sort of act in line with a conduct that is in integrity and is ethical. And then there is the inopportune state of being born as a long life God. And of course, this is an inopportune state because there's so much pleasure experienced by the gods. They don't have any suffering at all, just pure pleasure, that they spend their whole life as a god just completely distracted by their enjoyments. And so therefore the thought of liberation, the thought to practice the Dharma doesn't even cross their minds. But after all of their merit, which has led to them being born in the God realms, has become exhausted, then the only place for them to go from there is down. And so the inevitability is that they then experience the suffering of change and falling to lower rebirths. So to avoid having been born as a long life God, in which one is distracted by so much pleasure that the thought of Dharma just doesn't even enter one's mind. And then to have wrong view. So this really, there are actually many different ways in which wrong view can take shape. But mainly it is, again, not understanding karma, cause and effect, or having wrong view with regard to causes and fruitions. So thinking that to engage in virtue doesn't have any benefit, that there's nothing to be gained from engaging in virtue, that the result of virtue is not happiness. And to avoid engaging in non-virtue doesn't have any, or to engage in non-virtue doesn't have any consequences. So not understanding that the practice or actions of non-virtue actually lead to suffering. And so essentially it's not believing that causes have results, that actions have fruitions or results. So that's the main, so mainly what is referred to with a wrong view. And then to have to take birth during a time where no, or in an era where no Buddha has appeared, means, for instance, there are different kalpas, different eras. In fact, the kalpas can be divided into one of two categories. There are kalpas of darkness and kalpas of light. And so to be born during a kalpa of darkness is to be born in an era or a kalpa in which no Buddha ever appears. And so therefore it's referred to as a kalpa of darkness. And in fact, there are many more kalpas of darkness than there are kalpas of light. So it is said that for every sort of 20 kalpas of darkness, there are only 1 or 2 kalpas of light. So a kalpa is like an eon or so. And so, or I mean, not exactly, but we can think of it in that way. And so to have been born, to have avoided taking birth during a kalpa of darkness is a great leisure. It provides great opportunity. We have taken birth in a period of light. So this is a kalpa of light, in which a fortunate kalpa in which 1,000 Buddhas are said to appear, in which 1,000 Buddhas will have appeared. And so if one, on the other hand, takes a birth in a kalpa of darkness where no Buddha appears, then no Buddha appears, and therefore they don't teach the Dharma. And they're therefore not those who follow. There's no possibility of like Dharma continuing, or for there being followers of the Buddha Dharma. And so there's no way to come into contact with the Dharma at all. But in our case, we live in a fortunate kalpa, and specifically we live during the intermediate period in which the Buddha Shakyamuni has appeared. He has taught the Dharma. His teachings still exist. There are still followers who practice, practice and live in accord with his teachings. And so the sun of the Buddha's teaching still has not set. And so therefore there is tremendous opportunity there. It is incredibly fortunate to live in such an extraordinary time. And then the last of the 8 leisures is to avoid having been, or is the leisure of having avoided or not having been born with impaired mental faculties. So sometimes actually this word kukpa in Tibetan is translated as mute. And actually it can mean, it can refer, sometimes it's, referring to those who are deaf, or those who are mute, those who can't hear, who can't speak, and so on. So with one's faculties impaired, but actually, even though it is more rare, even if one is deaf, even if one is mute, there's still the possibility to come into contact with the Dharma and to be able to practice the Dharma. But if one is severely mentally impaired, then it really, there's really no ability to come into the contact, having come into the contact with the Dharma, there's no ability to really understand properly the teachings or how to practice the Dharma. And so therefore it really poses a great obstacle to being able to practice the Dharma correctly or at all. And so these are all the 8 leisures, which are essentially the 8 circumstances in which, or they're essentially circumstances in which we have avoided any of the 8 inopportune states.
어다 디인다 디 아나서 가와 곰그레 디네다 가서 지 대화 지 톱대화 디니지 대화지 톱디요레스 디네 다 댕기 공 휴주레 디네 다 디나는가 대세야 되다 로심베레 아주 다 대화 톱버레 디네 디슐란 조러세야 들라 지 랑오네 지 조와가 당 디네 힘오네 조와가 요레스 디네다 힘오
So those are the 8 leisures. So we can see that we have, in fact, we have all of these 8 leisures present. So we have all of the 8 leisures. We have avoided all of the 8 inopportune states. And then there are the 10 endowments. So there are the 5 endowments that kind of come from one's own side. And then there are the 5 endowments that are dependent upon the outside or outer circumstances or conditions.
디니다 행원의 창바존에 다 행원을 미사를 지금 행원의 창원라 디네 상제 총스 추송
랑어 당보라 주의를 왜 그래?
지금 다 랑어도 상고를 하면 되게 데 랑어를 창고가 가서는 담비나 디네 문이 존데 문이 의지 안보창 렌다 말로 내레티 존데 다 당기 휴원나 이래 개탕가 저 코르와스 안델라다 지 캔다고리노 지 초즈여와 티니 티나네 티니다 당기 휴원나 이래 쇼트 줘버디 지 텐조지 물루세 물루세야 된말 텐드 맞지 레kim발 마치웨치네 티니 텐조지 물루 토바텔라 머니스 근데 우세야 될라 제당다 우스를 제당 인도지 저거 서와 텐드 제당 추책 우당 근데 사책 우세 니즈그리스 다 추책 우세야 돼 제당다 야 간나네 되네 다 보드가야로 노르지네 저기요래 텐드 상지 좀 된데 지 상지버리 된 데베 상지 텔라 상지 송구요래 되네 마음배 상지 조양 되네 도리된 상지 그레스 되네 송도와 좀 텔레데네 되네 지 추색 우노지 차디요레스 대자 마지 베케지다 마음바라 지 까르와 되네 진 잠블링데 고 차르 로지 되네 갈래 고마지 다 토노야 투수 랩그레스 지 매당 추당 롱라서 발 때네 그 이나양 고지 놀지 대한 뜻이 하그레스 텔레데네 되네 사책 우세야 차비가래 다 추책 우세야 될라 다 맞춰단다지 상직 추로와 상직 추 가와라지 상직추 태야 상직추 녀야 상직추 아 지금이야 냠난치야 요와 가와요이나 되네 텔레 추석그 차디요레스 미니 우세야 미니 우지 다 안보 상주는 단지 직관으로 그래 다 단기 직 총요래 몇 콤비네지 나네 지 안보 상주를 맞지 고하요 와라 지추 녀토바 쌈토바 원토바 티니지게 안보 상대가 달라 티니 안보 상와스 야 티니 안보 상요네 내레티 좀 다데 개체가 되다 단단가 조직 따위나 제당 단 잠블링디나 안보 상대 요 뭐요와 이나야 코지 내레티 세야 되다 가보래 텐데다 가조지 오늘 전에게 지금 대원 도와 라와 대원 도와나 이게 지 대외게 주배 드롭 해봐 라와 대원나 이게 지 능임도와 능이 하코네 지 능이에 되네 하코네 능임도와 틀라 능이 주 매겨주 방어서 렌데스야 지리용 거와 와다 빵하시와 와다 대 개체 모임 발이 대인이다 대리지 하고 와라 가지고 내일티 유송도 있네 직 초를 대봐요냐 내일티 미니
네라티 칸델라
미니 좀 무슨 내일티 다 장성이야 미니 유지 안보창 렌타말로
렌타말로 네라티 틴다
오다 렌타로 치송 다 렌타말로 세야 돼 되리 제타 맞아 렌타말로 세야 되라 제타 디파사 샤죠 간디지나 제타 디파트 야토 그래 손에 다 반응가서 상지 좀 된데 가나 되네 지 가오 손된 세야다 지 텐디 디파 망고 치냐 텐디 요티나 코나 빼 꼼짬네 되네 디파서 야토 버와 대가나 얘기다 직지 주밀라다위나 코나 디파서 아요리 이네야 고꼼잡 되네 디파 야토 버와 야토 비요리 이네야 다 단다데 레티지디 지 참미비 nga 레지샤와 텐디이나 테네 첸델라 상지야디스 카보레 손에다 디나는 조지 참미바 nga리 대가나 얘기 파메게 지 북제야 너다 지 우게 파마제야 너 어서라 테네 지 참미 공차로 그러와 디니 지비나 지 첸델라 상지야디 지 추냠래 지비나 첸델라 상지야디스 카보요레스 어다 테니 디니 인도지다 레지타로 세야다 카스나 첸델라 상지 투구 마레로 송구서와
공타데 담보데
뭐니
레라티 야보 코마서 레라티 딩기면
네라티 일라나다
네.
대바요라 추르 대바요 추르 대바고레 스타 계시고 데려와
So, with these 10 endowments, the first are the 5 endowments that come, from one's own side. So that those are first, being born as a human being. Second, being born in a central land or a central region. Third, having all of one's faculties complete. Fourth, not having engaged in really kind of severe negative karma, like the 5 heinous crimes. And 5, having faith, having the propensity or the propensity for faith, trust in the Dharma. And so we have already mentioned quite a bit the importance of being born as a human being. So there are the 6 different categories of rebirth and samsara. And among those 6 different categories, to be born as a human being is the best. So in the other, when taking birth in any of the other life forms or any of the other realms of beings, then one doesn't have the same potential. There's not the opportunity to really practice the Dharma in any of those other states. So then the second of the 10 endowments, or of these 5, is to have been born in a central region. So there are 2 meanings with regard to a central region. There's a geographical central region or central land, and there is central, like theoretical sort of central region, or the central land in relation to the Dharma. So the geographical central land or central region is Bodh Gaya, India in general, and Bodh Gaya in particular, which is where the Buddha attained enlightenment or reached the state of completely perfected awakening. And not only is it where the Buddha Shakyamuni attained enlightenment, but it is the place where all of the Buddhas, the 1,000 Buddhas of this fortunate kalpa, or all of the Buddhas of the 3 times have and will attain the state of Buddhahood. There in Bodh Gaya. So all of the Buddhas of the past and all of the Buddhas still yet to come. Yeah. The Sanskrit la Dringamandua. So the Buddhas who appeared prior to the Buddha Shakyamuni, and I don't remember each of the Sanskrit names, but there's Korwajik, Sertop, and Usung, who is Kashyapa in Sanskrit. So as each of these Buddhas, just like the Buddha Shakyamuni, also attained awakening or reached the state of Buddhahood at in the central land of Bodh Gaya. And then in future times, likewise, all of the Buddhas who are still yet to appear will also reach awakening at the holy place of Bodh Gaya. And it is said that at the end of a kalpa, at the end of each great kalpa, when the sun becomes hotter and hotter and eventually burns up the earth, and there are the stages of destruction that occur through fire, water, and wind, then everything will disappear except for Bodh Gaya. So Bodh Gaya remains throughout these stages of successive destruction. And then what constitutes a central region with respect to the Dharma is really any place where the Dharma exists, any place where the Buddha's teachings have appeared, and there are those who there's the opportunity to come into contact with those teachings and the opportunity to practice those teachings. So that is what constitutes a central region or a central land with respect to the Dharma. And then the next one is to be born or to be someone who has full capacity with respect to the faculties. So having all of one's faculties intact. So this is kind of what was also mentioned before. So when all of the faculties are intact, one has the full potential to hear the Dharma, to understand the Dharma, to practice the Dharma. And so that is one of the 5 endowments that come, from based on one's own circumstances, or that come from oneself. And yet still there are many. So actually he sort of, the last two, he reversed the order. So he said, even though there are many people in the world who have, whose faculties are intact, or whose faculties are complete, but there aren't many who have sort of a facility for understanding and taking interest in the Dharma. So to have the capacity for faith, to have a sort of a propensity for trust and faith in the Dharma is really very special. It's and difficult to come by. And so when there is a faith, then there's also facility of understanding. There's sort of a natural inclination to understand that just as all, that just as it is very natural to desire happiness, there's a natural understanding of what really causes happiness to come about. Understanding, what are the necessary measures to take in order to bring about conditions of happiness. Understand sort of a natural inclination toward understanding what are the true causes of happiness. And likewise, the same goes for, wanting to avoid suffering. Then somebody like this has a natural inclination to understand that the true causes of suffering are they come about through negativity and non-virtue. So there's sort of a natural indwelling sense of moral compass that is based on this understanding. So that is one of these five these five endowments. And then the last, which actually is the fourth, is having avoided, any really karmically severe negative action. And so there are many who still, having engaged in very, very negative deeds, still have the ability to turn it around in that same lifetime. There are many such examples throughout the Buddha Dharma, such as Angulimala. Or Milarepa, who engaged in, who really accumulated tremendous negativity before he entered the path of Dharma, and was able to purify all that negativity and to reach the fullest level of, or the highest level of realization. But for those who have engaged in any of the really tremendously negative actions of the five acts of immediate consequence, or sometimes they're called the five heinous crimes, and the like. So meaning, somebody, for instance, who like parents who kill their children, or children who kill their parents. These would be examples of that kind of extremely heavy karmic negativity, which would make it very pretty much impossible, really, to practice the Dharma and like fully accomplish the Dharma in that lifetime. So having steering clear of any of these five heinous crimes then is another one, is one of these five endowments.
얘네다 현존가 존에다 현존가대 상제총 추종 되네 템반네 대기 제일은 요 되네 지금 담아대 추르베게지 다 개비 얘냐라서 봐 뒤에 창와 되라 현존가라 그래스
So then there are the 5 endowments that are dependent upon others or outer circumstances. So these are first, the Buddha has appeared, the condition of the Buddha appearing, the condition of the Buddha having taught the Dharma, the condition of that Dharma remaining, or the Dharma still existing, still remaining, and the condition of there being those who still continue to practice the Dharma, who have entered the path of Dharma practice, and the condition of there being spiritual teachers, or guides on the path.
다 상제 총선의 타기나 이슈가래다. 제당 상제 그 지금 메가와 당 도메가와 텐데 여러와 텐데다 나초게 두촌들라. 텐데 도메가와 힘반나네. 텐데 상제 샤체토바 총요래 상제 총. 텐데 야 상제 가시 상제비이나야. 텐데 초중구요 사마와. 제당 상제 좀 된데 코라기 당보 지금 두자 틀마와 까블라. 상제 코나 상제네 초지 송베 제 초중도 텐데 다 초송야 그 사람 당데 지금 두자 틀마와도 초를 거기 말해도 삼지더니 제 샤도 나도는 초마성 같은데 이거 얘는 양다 디제라 다 지더니 초송으로 와 어떻게 되더니 초송 요래다 초송야도 초지 공부 제티로 뇽몬베케 했더니 년보 되는 초지 공부 제티로 송 요래스 다 가서 총거를 봐 솜라우도 어떻게 총거를 봐 총거 솜 거요와 텐데게 되네 조송 요래스 다 조송 샤와 대양한테네 다 단답화도지 주어도 되네 주 땜바트 내리요래스 다 제당 땜바트 있고 안주와 같이 친요래 당봉원에 야라 다리요래 이내야 야네지 디스템만 노비요래 야 보다한테네 지 지갑 힘바 다리요 이내야 간단 점들인도 니토라 되네 상지기 땜바트 내리요래스 되네다 상지 땜바니도 티슈라가 진주 로마요와 진주 되네 티 진주 요래스 되네 대가나이다 담아되지 다 인디비주얼리즘 방비나요 아주 지 초두야 과갑로와 지 과갑 소외기 돈에 지금 아주 초두야게 과갑야 요래라 대가나이지 치긴 두jen세나리지 라마 기비에네 테니기 테네 테니 용구요래스 테니다 테니기 곤투제 창대와들라 테니 현정아라 그래스
So then the first of these endowments, which are dependent upon outer circumstances, first the Buddha having appeared. So we already also got into that somewhat, that it really, it isn't a guarantee that even if one is born as a human being, that one would take birth during a period in which a Buddha has appeared. It's quite possible that one could be born during a dark kalpa, where there's not any contact whatsoever with an enlightened being, such as the Buddha, or that there's no mention of the name of a Buddha. And so in this period, which is a period of light, a kalpa of light, in which the 1,000 Buddhas are to appear, we live in particular during the time in which Buddha Shakyamuni has appeared. And not only did Buddha Shakyamuni appear or attain enlightenment here, but he also taught the Dharma. So sometimes it is the case that a Buddha might appear, but they may not teach the Dharma. They may remain silent because feeling that the appropriate time has not come to tame beings, then they may not ever utter a word of the Dharma. And in fact, this was the first inclination that the Buddha had upon his awakening. He thought, if I teach the Dharma, nobody will be able to understand. So it's better if I just stay silent here in solitude in the forest. But then later, he changed his mind. He was prompted to change his mind. And so he taught the Dharma. He taught the Dharma as the 84,000 different categories which serve as the antidote to the 84,000 variations of afflictions. And he taught the Dharma in the phases of the three turnings of the wheel of Dharma. And so that Dharma which he taught still remains. So then that's the other condition, is that the Dharma still remains. So even though the Dharma has taken, has really evolved and also migrated to different regions, so the Dharma originated out of the Buddha, where the Buddha lived in India, but then it also sort of went through periods of decline in India and pretty much all but disappeared in India. But since that time, it had traveled to Tibet. And so it had, was established, and it spread and became firmly established in the regions of Tibet. And then also, migrated to all of the other regions, which have become the main holders of the Buddha's teachings and the various different traditions throughout Asia. And so it still exists in the world. The Buddha Dharma is still very much alive throughout the world. And not only that, but there are many who follow the Dharma. There are many who have, there's still those who practice as monastics, who have entered the community of monastics. There are many who follow the Buddha's teachings and practice accordingly, as the various levels of Sangha. And then not only that, but from individually, there's the potential for the most important condition for one's own development on the path, which is coming into contact with a spiritual teacher. So there are spiritual teachers which become the favorable condition to fully connecting with and accomplishing the Dharma.
어다 팀이다 가서 텐조세다 타나 대화지 단교와 주창대와들라 맞다 물루 rum보치라고 기타 물루는 터바 점지 rum보치라고 말이스티다 팀디게 텐조지 물루 톱대와 들라 rum보치라고 그래스 다 rum보치 대양 되네지 들어가서 지 더블 대왕세요 텐디게 토네 Tablet devansa da accident outne top dejo maris tenduji tenjorji milunde tasungdoa ke ginso parchin tok torches ji jewa ngomala jimbala sobekne ji paru jimba tho changjok semek laba nyamle tendichi tene hiebena hie 즉 주템로와 무게와 줄라서도 송 되네 즉 타양 되네 즉 심정이 통다 로그인세네 즉 뭐라면 약보 직다 들리지게 되는 것보다 된조지물을 터버리스 더마도 다가지 갈사보다 물을 터비어 말이스.
So these are the 18 leisures and endowments which really constitute a precious human birth, or they identify a precious human birth. So not any human birth is precious. So just being born as a human being doesn't mean that one has a precious human form or a precious human birth. In order to have a precious human birth, then all of these 18 leisures and endowments must be present. And once these 18 leisures and endowments are present, it's important to understand that one has not come upon them accidentally. It isn't just by chance or happenstance that one has this condition of being a human being with all of these 18 leisures and endowments. It only could have come about through a really tremendous accumulation of merit and virtue. In particular, through having practiced generosity in former lives, through having engaged in the practice of the 6 perfections or the 6 paramitas, through having, and in particular, coming into contact with the Mahayana Dharma, then one most certainly has practiced the Mahayana Dharma in the past. One has trained in the trainings of bodhicitta, and practiced with the foundation of pure ethical discipline, having avoided the 10 non-virtues, or one has upheld the practice of refraining from the 10 non-virtues, and that all of this is supported by the power of sincere aspiration prayers. So one most definitely has made aspiration prayers in the past to be able to continue on the path of Dharma practice in order to bring about the benefit of and happiness of sentient beings. So all of this is necessary for manifesting these conditions that we have presently manifested, the situation that we find ourselves in, which is truly a very, very fortuitous circumstance or condition. It could not have come about just by chance.
제가 나이 때네 당가서 지 텐저지물에 당가서 뺀텐데 요래 빼다 지랑 사고 그래 때네 주베나 점소나 그 주베스야 때네 빼요러와 다도 지킹그레스 텐데 때네 다조 가서난 가서 다 텐저 제 당가서 다 단기 휴원나 이래 지금 냠래 집에 내가 했더니 지 공고기 요래 다지 들어가서 거바자 많이 봤더니 타만디 텐저지물에 싸쳔보레샤 스탄원에 내가 톱 가보레샤 텐데 인도 단에 텐저지물인데 초라 땅이면 다 단단원에 지 나랑 라라 요베게 코캅으로와 코캅이 야보 텐저지물에 코캅 늘이 요리 땅에 되지 초라 땅이면 담비주 조깅 상하게 되네 지 로마치 봐도 되니 공그레 송도와
So then there are the different ways of, or the different reflections, which cause this understanding of how rare it is to achieve a precious human birth with leisures and endowments to really to arise in the mind stream. So there are the different methods of contemplating this, and one of these, which is to reflect upon how difficult it is by way of example or metaphor, is the famous example that's given of the blind turtle at the bottom of the ocean, that surfaces only once every 100 years. And so it is said that the likelihood of that turtle sticking its neck or sticking its head through a wooden yoke that is floating about on the surface of the ocean, blown by the wind and to all the different directions, the likelihood of the blind turtle surfacing when it surfaces once every 100 years, the likelihood of that turtle then sticking its head through the center of that wooden yoke is very slim. But it is said that to achieve a precious human birth with leisures and endowments is even more unlikely than that example of the turtle, sticking his head through the center of that yoke. So then one can contemplate these different ways of contemplating how rare it is to achieve a precious human rebirth with leisures and endowments, and through contemplating and meditating until it really becomes deeply ingrained, like until you really feel so clear about it that you are motivated not to let even a single moment of your life go to waste, that you really understand the importance of using this limited time that we have as a human being with the leisures and endowments to achieve what is truly meaningful, to really actually just dedicate ourselves completely to the practice of Dharma. So it is said that if and until that kind of certainty arises in your mind stream, then you should contemplate again and again the rarity of achieving a human rebirth, just how rare it is to achieve a precious human rebirth with leisures and endowments.
단기 야 텐디지 텐저지 물리 톱디 요나야 되네 단다 군상람이 희롱나라 야 텐중제 이제 몇금 남바지 세야지다 되네 리치로이 몇금 남바지 세야 송요레 스타마지 로긴스 텐디 되네 다 당보 대가세나 동안 토도 의무 뉴지시 레로지한 랭엠 소치엔도 현황지 쪽초당 쪼바데 텐중제 이제 몇금 남바지
So even if one has a precious human birth with the 18 leisures and endowments, it's not as though that's it. You have nothing that will interfere with those 18 leisures and endowments throughout your whole life. There are still many circumstances that can arise that cause an obstacle to these 18 leisures and endowments. In other words, that present an obstacle to Dharma practice. And so these are mentioned as 16 circumstances in particular in the words of my perfect teacher that are enumerated as the potential obstacles or circumstances that could arise or to be aware of, is 16 conditions to be aware of. So first there are the 8 intrusive circumstances, and then the 8 incompatible propensities. So the 8 intrusive circumstances are like entering a period where the 5 poisons are just too strong. So having a really strong arising of so having so first, when the 5 poisons are too strong, being very stupid or not very I guess it just says being very stupid, becoming a follower of a charlatan, being too lazy, having thick obscurations due to past negativities, and having a circumstance where one doesn't have any freedom, where one is stuck in a situation of servitude, or having only superficial interest in the Dharma, or using the Dharma in such a way that is really only for personal or worldly gain. So sort of taking advantage of the Dharma for initiatives of self-grasping.
다 지당가 지금 용모가 요래 되네요. 용모 쇼체 요래 차당리 다 차당 쇼첨부지 지음을 가라 다 쇼첨부지 총로 그러와 어다 된도 동안도 저기더니 다 된도 이제 경원에 차당 쇼첨부 요를 가라 되네 이제 그 조치야 그때문에 과감로 오지 되네 연구요 말이에스.
So first, having, really sort of the strong presence of the five poisons is pretty straightforward. In particular, really this is can just be said as having a really strong attachment and aversion in the mind. So in general, we always have a mind of attachment and aversion. We always have the arising of afflictive emotions, but when those arisings become particularly intense or really strong, where one is really afflicted by very strong attachment and aversion, it becomes really difficult to appropriately or effectively practice the Dharma.
되게 다 루모드도 다 담아다 루모리 다 루모드 조 가지는 다 지양고 지 추원도 지 지고 삼비나야 당가 향지 그 국파트니 도와 주 간지 지고와 로종 간지 지고 같은디 하마오네 댕야트니라 루모라고 해서레스
로종 간지 냠랭 간지. So it's this second one, which is like being kind of having
Inter the Dharma inaya.
Yeah, lumon gande lauko gre, stupid lauko gre.
Kitanda luseyaji ta kuparwa. 근데 몸바세나 지 근데 다동 하마오 바도. 기타 니 어로체.
So becoming really dense to the point where it's like even though one's interested in the Dharma, well, one might be interested in the Dharma, but one
even enter the Dharma,
and even maybe has entered the Dharma, the path of Dharma practice, but one really doesn't know how to do one doesn't know how to study, one doesn't know how to practice, and one can't quite figure it out because there's just one is really sort of dense.
된다 뉴지 신세야 된다 단지 파리 가지고 라로 세야로 같은 이거와 라로 세야로다 당가 희기요 그 개개한테 오다지 녀마트니 루지트니 도와 근데 추치는 편도 요 말이스 쉽다 가서 제와치마요 말이 레준데 요 말이 세야다 그냥 개개한테 요로와 어떤 녀마트니 뭐 총요래 되네 추치야 요 말이스 추스 요 말이 렌데서 요 말이 제와치마야 요 말이 개와세야 요 말이 텐디키베 개개 루든디 루지트니 지 초마지야 텐디라 루지신스.
So then the next one, which is becoming a follower of a charlatan. So actually this can become somewhat similar to, entering into a state which is kind of more like barbaric. So in particular, if one becomes influenced by really negative influences or charlatans who convince one that there's no benefit in practicing the Dharma, that really, so there's no such thing as karma, cause and effect, that trying to be a good person or trying to practice virtue doesn't have any benefit. It doesn't bring about any result. And abandoning negativity and non-virtue doesn't bring about any benefit. Practicing, actually, in fact, engaging in negativity and non-virtue doesn't have any harmful consequences. So if one ends up following somebody who believes or who propagates such beliefs, then it really becomes an obstacle to the one's capacity to practice Dharma.
So,
oh, and somebody who says, there's no such thing as past and future lives. Somebody who says, there's no reincarnation.
티네다도 레로리다 레로 요비나 티네 당가서 추양 좀 두고 말와. 야, 지켜야 좀 두고 말이스. 근데 다 랭에도 다 지금 삼성에서 자원에 레로나 그래. 지금 레카지 그 차야 맞이 배지 길에 용돼야 되라. 아유, 좋지하게 같이 진중요레스.
But perhaps the most applicable to our own experience, or that which is maybe the most dangerous for us, is laziness. Because so when, for instance, there are the different types of laziness, but laziness can really become a huge obstacle to Dharma practice. In particular, the type of laziness which is the laziness of being attached to what the way it's described is negative activities, but essentially it means like meaningless distractions or other activities that are other than Dharma practice. Because what happens is that, in the world, there are all sorts of things that grab our attention. And then we, think, oh, I need to do this activity. I need to attend to this thing. Or what you feel interested in, doing this or that, and then you think, okay, after this, I'll practice. I'll do my practice. I'll turn my mind toward Dharma. But then that activity finishes, and then there's another activity, and then another activity, and so one ends up just always, being sort of led down the endless path of distraction.
Overflow the ocean.
What?
Overflow in ocean.
The ocean overflows.
Right.
Okay.
This is more. Tene 다 희망 직접이 다 희망하세요. 다는 가서 대체 요 말와. 당가 희망만도 있나 지 요건도 틀리다. 다 갈수 가서 들라가는데. 요르와 텐디 까블라 테네 지 주치야 가까 용거 말와. 배 남니 잼이 레카 구그리는 때니 가서 탄다 요 말이스.
So then the next one is, yun yung di tampo de ngapala yung sa marwa de
뭐뭐도 되니 뭐.
Drupon.
지
re. Yun yung lelo tani jela da gare de
희망.
no,
doesn't matter.
Oh, okay. All right. So then there is being in a circumstance where one doesn't have any freedom, like being bound into servitude or being completely beholden to another, where one doesn't have autonomy, one doesn't have the freedom to actually practice the Dharma because one is in a situation where one has no choice but to be subservient to someone else. And we are not in that situation. Probably none of us are in such a situation, an unfortunate situation. So especially in this country, where
not only this country,
not only in this country. Sensitive.
Yeah, this we don't have we have freedom, so nobody stop, we are not servant, where servant means day and, night work. There's no opportunity to practice Dharma. So these days we don't have the problem. The chodar choba say the jikwari da ngato ji ta chamne ngato khala saya mean it chuchi go de somebody yor wa ta thini yang ngato ni chutini yung marwa cheta.
Di yabuko maso. Di chichina nga yaboko yo samare de la. Tini chu dang chuba.
Ri ta ngato o nga chuchi in stack gombala de yin khala saya ga do somebody thini than
that's all. So I'm not sure if this one is falls under the category of only having a superficial interest in the Dharma or taking advantage of the Dharma. But the example that's given is, for instance, which also they're not really circumstances here that would lend itself to this kind of error. But in a situation where, say, somebody decides to take vows and become a monk or nun because then they think, oh, then I'll get like a free ride, a free meal. If I become a monk, then I can just live in the monastery and I don't have to work for food. All the food will be provided for me and so forth.
어다테 테네다 리시로 임고 넘바지스 테로와 테인데 정말 담당 군주 신등에 코바메주 대바중즈메 미게데 미게데 추추라 선바테 리시로 임고 넘바지스.
So then there are the 8 incompatible propensities. So first is having too many worldly commitments. Second is sort of being depraved by nature or having a depraved nature. Third is not really being moved to not capable of really being moved to give rise to a deep sense of renunciation. So not feeling fear with respect to samsara and not feeling any sense of sort of disenchantment or inspired towards renunciation, having no faith, taking pleasure in harmful or negative actions, not having any interest in the Dharma, having broken vows, or having broken samaya.
어다티 다티 계산 다 테리나 가서다 직추 지하의 당이 공시와나 이리 원에 지 삼지메 차버리 추치야 이내양 고추 집에 가블라 가서 디스 강에 몽보지 동네 지곡이 오러와 디지 추치야라고 레라고 요마르와 딘디 메두 지금 가서 빼지 요래 되네 란토나 양치 지송래드네 지금 저 깔레지 첨보지 야위나 되네 공제 첨보지 투그레스 딘디 인도지 다 단단가서 주치비네 깔라페 차례 스무트 요 말이 참상가서 두수 매원다고 참상가서 레로 요원다고 참참이야 지 difficult to understanding 요원다고 딘디스 obstacle 요레스 얘네야 거지 keep going routine 딘디 인도비나 딘디 가서 지 란통보지 야비나 되네 고 탕인지보지 럽그레 소요다 되나기 되네 아주 깔리지 야비나 되네 디브 데네 배원도와 지 타와 탐지 침베 컴포트야 아이너리 다소 내과야 되네 지 센들라야 되네 지 유선님 볼라고 대와 아트리 톡톡그레스.
So in general, to have these incredible circumstances or opportunities in which to really accomplish the Dharma, to practice the Dharma, is really inconceivably extraordinary. And yet, even though we have such extraordinary conditions and we intend to practice the Dharma, it's not always easy. There are many difficulties and hardships along the way. And also there are periods in which any number of these obstacles may arise that present temporary periods of obstacles to our Dharma practice. But it's really important to identify them and to sort of continue on. So despite whatever difficulties and hardships that we may encounter, to continue on with perseverance. As is said, or an example that is given, it's often said that once one crosses a tall mountain peak, or after crossing the mountain pass, then there's always, a pleasant valley, or there's always a valley beyond the mountain pass. So it may not be always smooth. And sometimes we have periods where, we struggle with laziness. We have periods where it becomes really difficult to be motivated, or difficult to understand, but we just keep going. We keep going and persevering. And as we continue to confront whatever difficulties and obstacles that present themselves, as we continue on in our practice, then the more sort of perseverance, the greater the difficulty that is confronted, then there is always the fruit of that. There's always the valley beyond the mountain pass. And so we can know, even in times of hardship and difficulty, that our efforts will bring about fruitions. It will bring about both a temporary fruitions of well-being and happiness in this life, and also in future lives, and also ultimately it will lead to the ultimate goal or fruition of liberation altogether, and full awakening.
Okay, so now we stop here, and so if we can do tomorrow, use some questions and comments.
Yeah, okay.
So today we stop here, and your dedication, please.
Okay. By the virtues collected in the three times, by myself and all beings in samsara and nirvana, and by the innate root of virtue, may I and all beings quickly attain unsurpassed, perfect, complete, precious enlightenment. May the teachings of the great Drikongpa Ratnashri, who is omniscient, Lord of the Dharma, Master of interdependence, continue and increase through study, contemplation, meditation, until the end of samsara. Okay, everyone may unmute and wish well to.
Thank you, Drupon and Virginia. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Nice
See you
to see you.
tomorrow.
Thank you.
Yes,
See you
yes.
tomorrow. Mañana.
Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.
Great. Yes.
Okay.
Bye, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
Thank you.
All right.
I hope it was okay to unmute before. It said the host wanted me to unmute, so I did it.
That's fine. Don't worry.
Thank you.
It's quite in order. Thank you all so much for attending. Look forward to seeing you tomorrow as much as you can attend at the same times. Have a very good, peaceful night. Thank you so
You
much.
too.
Especially to all of our friends in Drang Nuer. I'm so glad you joined us. It's such a treat to see you all. Thank you.
Likewise.
Okay. Adios. I'll end the meeting and we'll see you tomorrow.